Yo, yo, yo. Another day, another you, another me. Age mythology time. It's been a bit of a day. Time to do some AOM. We have ourselves 4 matches on today. We have B versus Garnath. We got the MCL Grand Finals. We have Mini Yeti versus Matador, and we have Grass versus Kiluminati. The Mini Yeti and Kiluminati games on the Grass, Mini Yeti, Matador, the ones that they start about 20 GMT. It's 4 a.m. my time. I'm thinking I might give them a miss and head to sleep around then. So yeah, feeling a little bit tired today. Did not have the best of sleep, unfortunately. I was talking with Magic about sleep yesterday. Did not happen all too well for me. Of course, I am drinking my midday coffee, so there is that. I probably shouldn't be, but I feel like I need it. I wanted to start off today because with a little build order investigation, just to see if this makes any sense. Just to see if this makes any sense, because I saw it today and I thought, wow, that's kind of interesting. Let's see how it goes. So there's this ridiculously fast advance time from Whittle Botchley, allegedly. And I just want to try it out and see what exactly you can get out. Of course, the simple thing here is that you want to get stuff. Might even do this. Okay. Well, that didn't really work, did it? Okay, so that's weird. All right, you can't use your guy. Actually, maybe you can. Hang on, we'll try that again. I haven't tried this before. So apparently, if I come here and I just shoot and I sit, I go invis. Okay, so it's just really, really hard. Alright, fine. I could blood pact it now. No, you want a blood pact when? 40. How long does it last for? In the arcade cage, how long does it last for? Why can't I see how long it lasts for? Oh, 30 seconds. Okay. So I'm thinking at about 1:05, we click Blood Pact. So we get this temple up. Temple. And we go. Do I need another ball? I think so. Let's grab that before I... Before I blood packs. So I imagine here is when I'm supposed to be able to have advanced. Holy advance. That there is crazy fast. It goes invis. Is it because of the tree? Jeepers. And then obviously you just rush, right? Does this you reckon this is any good? This is a wild rush. Can you sack the blood packed Vil before it expires? You can, but you saw how close I was. What are you doing? These villagers have got a mind of their own, don't they? So I can get like one. I can get that amount of priests in. This guy goes across. This thing in. I mean, it's pretty wild. I am sure beating up this AI, that's for sure. This seems like a strat that Soup would like, I reckon. This seems like a Matrius would like this strat as well. Oh. This AI has got nothing on me. Absolutely bonked on. Yeah, get him. I don't think I'm ever going to try this in a real game. This is too stupid. I think I get too annoyed at how stupid this is. Kill this guy. Okay, my rush is over now. Let's just resign and see how many villages he has. What's the diff on villager count here? I mean, it's kind of equal. Of course, I've been gathering and he hasn't. Jeepers. That's gonna be a wild strat. I saw that one on Reddit of all places. That's gonna be very, very wild. Don't anybody try this. Definitely not versus me. Alright? I'll be very upset. Okay? None of you are allowed to try that one. We save that for secret scrims only. Did the mods fall asleep on the job from yesterday? ISO won the last one, right? Have you seen a blood-packed villa on Agave Bloom? I haven't, but I imagine it would be very, very good. No, I mean... Me, personally, my personal opinion, right? My personal opinion on all things rushes is they should be, if it's not crazy, Like I never thought the Chronos Rush was insane. I never thought that was an insane strat. I did think it was really strong. Don't get me wrong. But I never thought it was an insane strat. Just like I don't think that the Norse Rush with like the early Hersers is insane. I don't think that the Greek Rush with the early Heracles in your base is insane. Of course, this specific strat kicks up the old insanity to the next gear over everything else. It might be insane, but the easy way to turn it down would be to just make the Archaic Age Blood Pact on the Villager not be 10x, instead be like 8x or something. Or maybe make it last a little longer on the Villagers. I don't know. Well, let's go and jump into the ranked experience and see how it's going to go. Yesterday we got dominated. Today we'll do our best. Ooh. I was dominated too yesterday. A lot in comment. True. Atreus, you've got a lot of catching up to do, my friend. You're falling hard at the moment in the old power standings. How are you going to become the winner of one of these playoffs if you never get to the weekend? You have to get past the round of 16, my friend. It's only getting harder for you at this point. No. I got Hades. Lovely.
Λέγει μάλιστα. Έτοιμος. Πάνι. Ορθός. Έτοιμος. Τέκτον. Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Προς τέκτον. Λέγε βρυτόμος. Προς ναι. Θηρευτής.
Okay.
Βούλομαι. Θηρευτής.
Okay, what is going on here?
Προς έστω.
Something weird happening with the boars?
Πρόσταγμα. Προς τέκτον. Θηρευτής.
Boars are just losing aggro
Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι.
super fast.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε.
Can't play my enjoyable gods versus DLC abuse. I don't know, man. Just don't play Egyptian and you'll be fine.
Πρόσεχε.
All the other non-DLC gods, they're fine. They're strong. I don't buy this. Let's get this dock up. There's Rappel? I don't know. He's been playing.
Βούλομαι.
I've seen him streaming. He's putting stuff on YouTube.
Πρόσεχε.
You should go check out his YouTube channel.
Πρόσταγμα.
There's a house down here.
Τέκτον. Θρητόμος.
Buff Egyptian? Yeah, Egyptian needs some help, for sure. Poor Egyptian.
Έτοιμος.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμος. Πάνι.
There's a dock over there.
Έτοιμη.
Προς ναι. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Θρητόμος.
Λέγε. Έτοιμη. Πρόσταγμα.
I just keep putting villagers on wood for the moment.
Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Πάνι.
Now, do I go Athena here? Do I go Ares here against Thor? I like Ares a little less versus Thor, but
Λέγε.
then again, Hephaestus sounds alluring.
Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα.
Also, you have less luck with
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος. Τέκτον.
other stuff.
Βρυτόμος.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Πρόσεχε. Έτοιμο.
I need to get this gold mine coming in.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Μεταλλεύς. Τέκτον.
That'll do.
Έστω.
Λένε θηρευτής.
Λέει βρυνέ. Βούλο. Έστω. Προμανέ.
God, I can't click.
Εσφυρευτής.
I say good luck, have fun. I think I'm gonna go for the
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα.
next dock here first.
Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμο.
Rather
Λέγε.
than put the temple up.
Τέκτον.
Not in a huge rush to get to the next stage, I think.
Λέγε ορφάνη.
Maybe I should be. But I have Sentinels. What's he gonna do? Send a Valkyrie into my base, I guess?
Προβούλομαι. Τέκτον. Βρυτόμος. Βρυτόμος.
No fish till we get our temple
Λέει
down.
τέκτον. Βρυτόμος. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Μεταλλεύς.
Λέγε.
Let's make it safe,
Τέκτον.
just in case.
Έτοιμος.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμη.
Πρόσταγμα.
Μεταλλεύς. Μάλιστα.
Λέγει μεταλλεύς.
Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμη. Λέγε τέκτον. Βρυτόμος.
Έτοιμο. Έστω. Μεταλλεύς.
Βούλο, μάλιστα. Πανί.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμη.
This is risky, but I want to dock here.
Ορθός.
Ναι.
Ναι. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Έτοιμος. Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέει πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Προστέκτον.
Μάλιστα.
Λέγε.
Βούλο. Μεταλλεύς. Έτοιμη.
Έτοιμος. Τέκτο. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Προστα. Ναι. Πανί.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Έχεις πρόσεχε. Βούλο με. Ναι, μάλιστα. Έτοιμο. Έστω. Πανί. Βούλο με. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέεις ναι, πανί.
Λέει έτοιμη. Πρόσεχε.
Βούλομε.
Πρόστα. Έστω. Βρυτόμος.
Βούλο με.
Λέει βούλο πάνι.
Πρόσεγε. Τέκτον.
Μάλιστα. Τέκτον. Λέγε.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι, μάλιστα.
Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός.
Πανί. Λέει ναι.
Πρόσεχε.
Ναι, ταπεινός.
Λέει ναι. Ταπεινός. Έτοιμη. Ταπεινός. Ναι, ταπεινός.
Προστατέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Λέει βούλο πάνι. Βούλο με.
Ναι.
Λέγε.
Έστω. Τέκτον.
Προστέκτον. Βρυτόμος.
Ορθός. Έτοιμος. Βούλο πάνι. Εισβολή. Λέγε βούλομαι.
Λέει βρυτέστο. Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι.
Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον.
Λέγε τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έστω.
Προς ναι. Τέκτον.
Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα.
Ναι.
Λέγε.
Βούλομαι.
Μάλι ναι.
Έστω.
Έστω. Καλώς.
Πρόσεχε. Βρυτόμος.
Πρόσεχε.
Μα έστω. Βούλομαι.
Λέει πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Λέγε
Βούλομαι. Πρόσεχε λέει. Μα έστω. Προστα. Ναι.
I need like
Έστω.
a ton more on this, I think.
Λέγε. Έτοιμη. Προς βρυτόμος.
Βούλομαι. Εσβαχωρώ. Λέγε. Προς εστ. Βούλομαι.
Προ ναι. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Προστάγμα. Λέγε. Εισβολή. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Εσβάκεν.
έτοιμο. Λέγε πρόσταγμα. Ορθό. Λέγε καλώς.
Έτοιμα. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμο. Καλώς.
Έστω. Λέγε. Εισβολή.
Προς χώρο. Έτοιμο. Βούλομαι. Λέγε ορθό. Εισβολή. Χώρο. Έτοιμο. Πάνω. Καλώς. Λέγε πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε έτοιμο. Βούλ μάλιστα. Θηρευτέκτον.
Εσφορώ.
Έτοιμος. Χώρο.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Λέγε βούλ ορθό. Έτοιμος. Βούλαν ορθός.
Λέγε ταπεινός.
Προς τέκτον.
Έτοιμο. Πρόσεχε. Εσβάκεν. Πανί.
Βούλομαι.
Λέει. Μάλιστα. Πρόσεχε.
Λέγε πάνω. Έτοιμος.
Έτοιμο. Προστάγμα. Καλώς. Πρόσεχε. Προστάγμα.
Λέγε
Έτοιμο.
Λέει βούλομαι. Μεταλλεύς.
Βούλαν. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε θηρευτό.
Βρυτόμος.
Λέγε
Okay.
Έτοιμος. Ναι.
Πρόσεχε.
Ταπεινός.
έτοιμος. Βούλαν. Προσβισμά.
Λέγε. Ναι. Βουφορβό. Ταπεινός.
Λέγε ορθός. Βούλαν. Βούλομαι.
Προς έστω.
Έτοιμη.
Μεταλλεύς.
Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμος. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Πανί. Ναι. Βούλω. Έστω.
Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε. Έστω.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμος. Πρόσεχε. Μανί. Προστάγμα. Μάλιστα. Καλώς.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι.
Έτοιμος.
Λέει. Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Ναι. Χωρώ.
Έτοιμη.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Μανί. Πρόσεχε. Ναι.
I think we just,
Βούλομαι. Πανί. Ναι.
well, I'm going to swing around this way because I got the Pegasus here.
Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε.
I think it's just 2 gold mines. I could be wrong.
Έτοιμος. Προστάγμα. Πανί. Ναι.
He was here, he is here.
Εισβολή.
Λέγε έτοιμος. Πάνω. Ορθός. Βούλαν. Ορθάνη. Βούλομαι.
Μάλιστα. Έστω.
Fine.
Πανί. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα. Εισβολή. Ορθάνη. Βούλομαι. Λέγε βούλομαι. Πόρο.
Ναι. Πανί.
Ορθός.
Προστα... Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι.
Εσ... Μα... Ναι. Μα... Εσάνι. Εσβάκεν.
Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Εισβολή.
Πρόσε μάλιστα.
Καλώς. Εσβορώ. Έτοιμες. Μα... Ναι. Μάλιστα. Καλώς. Εσβολή.
We use the cheat code here. Zoom it up.
Έτοιμο. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε.
Ναι.
Χορώ.
Time for a town center, I think.
Έτοιμος. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Μάλιστα. Έστω.
Πανί. Έστω.
Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Ορθβούλομαι.
Okay, GG. Yeah, I probably should have pestilenced the main base and just killed it, but I thought keeping my fortress alive would be easier. Ethical Hades player. And this god is so absolutely broken. This is the most broken god out there. I don't think there's a more broken god than Hades right now. This guy is insane. You know, you never feel like this when you're playing Egyptian. You're always like sweating so fucking hard to get a win. Here I am, playing Hades, not doing anything. Easy dub. I want Ares, Apollo, Artemis. Yeah, but if you go Apollo, you don't get golden apples. And if you don't get golden apples, it means less Cyclops. And less Cyclops is sad. You got the win with Tsukiyomi Ama against Isis. Well, that explains it. If you can win with Amano Uzume versus any god, of course it's going to be the C tier Egyptian. Not just, yeah, exactly. That's the point. Orcrul, that's the point. Hello, pre-drag. What's happening, man? Ah, this beautifully disgusting god Hades. Sentinels in my main base. Sentinels on my fortress. Unkillable army. Disgusting. It was also against an old expert. Okay, let's have a good look here. Young Oath. I see, all right, here we go. One win for Young Oath with a lot of losses. That's a lot of losses, my friend. That there is Lost City. You went right down Lost City. Oops. Let's see. Amano Uzume. Everyone's favorite. We doubled his losses and gave it to Jung from yesterday. I only played one game yesterday, so Jung took more than double my losses. Alright.
Nani?
This is the new Amano Uzume opening. 5 on
Nanda.
food. It's the new opener. I had no idea. 2 on gold. Sounds wild. My god. And then over onto wood. This is unheard of. 2 on wood? Oh my god. This guy. 3 on wood? This guy has got a very unique style of Tsukiyomi. And then Amigo? Oh my god. Just to get the temple started. Absolute and unequivocal abuse. You can't do this with Greek. You cannot build a speedy villager to get your temple up. Poor Greek players. Where's the rest of the... Where's the rest of the guys? I'm gonna lose him with 1 Miko. It doesn't even make sense. This town center? Jeez, how do you win this game? Is Egyptian really that bad? Like seriously, is Egyptian really that bad? Poor Torgal. People were telling me that I should have played a different strat than just go 2 TC, but turns out the Japan, they can just play the worst god possible. Doesn't even build units and can kill off the myth unit attacking him. Puts New Moon on the tower. Yuck. I'm not gonna lie, I still don't reckon. I reckon you want to get watchtowers and then New Moon. There's like no need for... Yeah, you just lose out on so much. Just buy it. Just buy New Moon. And then, sorry, just buy the watchtowers. Like, stop being a little bitch about it. Eggy does, yeah, you say it requires skill, but all the players are losing. Every single top player is losing with Egyptian. Even the ones that win, like they don't even win. They're just like, their opponents are actually just losing. That's all it is. Yeah, apparently, yeah, Mini Yeti has been talking big shit. He better pick some Egyptian in his draft today. Then again, he wants to win, so I guess he's probably not going to pick it. Because he wants to win, right? You know what god's terrible? When you don't see Kavoth picking it anymore. That's how you know it's bad. Dude. This doesn't even make sense. Poor Torgal. He's just playing a bad civ. Gets this crazy big timing, just gets told no. Jung's got a random gold mine over here. Impossible to know that that's there, by the way. Because the scouting for Egyptian is terrible. Yeah, that one there is me trolling.
Nani?
You didn't get Gohei once. Is that for later? Another Ancestors. The double Ancestors. That's wild. A guy goes double Ancestors. Well, if this doesn't prove how bad Egyptian is, I don't know what else does. Oh dear. Oh, you get some kills. All right, here we go. Now it's back to equality, right? He's caught up. He's in front on military. He's behind on villages for some reason, by a lot. No, he's caught up. Only behind by 5. Huge. In front on military by a big amount. Surely the A-tier ISIS is able to win from this situation.
Nanda?
Surely. Without question. Age of Mythology. Very so cool. You maybe have new information about... Wait, what next update? No, I don't have any of that information. I'm sorry. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I think they said something about an Aliens DLC. That's the last I heard. That's a lot of Goshin Boku trees. Like, you can't make this stuff up. I think Torgale is like hardcore sweating to try and win this game. And his opponent is literally trolling and he still can't win. Imagine if ISIS had Sekhmet. Imagine what would happen. He'd make slingers. Oh no. Oh, poor Torgale. Get that Omaraki out of my Goshin Boku tree. Jesus. The Oni are too strong, without question. The Oni got buffed in the last patch as well, right? These guys go. He does. He also has, I'm sure he's got the techs, right? He's got himself the important tech, Nebty, not the other one. Player, thank you for the subscription, man. Today's gonna be a long day. Oh, you have to win a little something. I'm only gonna cast till. If you guys don't win in 2 hours, I'm gonna probably finish mid game because I want to go to sleep at about my 4 a.m. That's 2 hours after the MCL starts. So just win in 2 hours for me, player. You don't know why the Oni got buffed? What do you mean? It only got buffed because every myth unit got buffed. So it got an extra 5% HP and damage when it gets to the mythic age. That's about it. Saison, what's going on? Can you watch Dr. Ash and Jungoth's scout action? I don't think so. Yeah, I did hear that the aliens are coming next. That's the next DLC. They did tease it early on. Actually, I want to see this. Can we find ourselves a Fushi? I need to find this matchup. I want to see a Fushi versus Ra game. At the 1800 level. Are there any? No, there's none. Of course there's not. Why would there be? Why would that be there? What about Noir? Noir versus Ra? Quite a few. Oh, perfect. This is the situation. I just want to check something here. Just a quick check. Aliens DLC will have special agents Fox Mulder and Dana Scully as the heroes, probably. Alrighty. All right. So we got Firefox. He's playing Ra, and we have two guys. I don't know what that is. B versus Garnath. This is in 1 hour and 40 minutes. I'm just going to zoom through this game and just... Village Center. Ooh. Wow. I guess it's... this the only strat? Is this... Dude, almost didn't get the town. It's not worth it, right? Killing off a town center for 3 scarabs? Wait. What? How much did he lose there? Jesus. Okay, so the only way to play is a scarab shifting sands. Is that right? Is that the way to go? It didn't even work though. He's still like very hard losing. Oh, he's going Mythic Age, okay. Does the Citadel die to... Holy, it does. That's kind of wild, though. Or Egyptian. I guess if he had the upgrades, he would have been fine. Did he have any? No. Okay. Good to see. Let's go again. What happened? What was the what did Dr. Ash do to you? Doesn't it die to, I think it might die to earthquake without upgrades as well, yeah. It does make sense when you think about it. You're supposed to have masons to counter those sort of base destructing god powers, or at least keep yourself going. You hit my food vills with the scout in the eye. Yeah, it's pretty low. It's pretty. You gotta be pretty scummy to do that type of thing. Chimera feel? Nah, I don't think so. Chimera feel great, especially with Poseidon. Poseidon Chimera, those things are the shit. With Hades, I'd probably just build Cyclops in the to basically do the same thing. Maybe get 1 or 2. I don't know. That being said, the Nemean Lion Chimera combo does sound great on paper. You don't have to micro at all. You just use the special both at the same time. Get them both to run in, hit the same thing. Oh my god, we have an Egyptian mirror. Well, at least I can't complain about my life being terrible. Can you... What is going on? I think this is new. Like, have fun. We have an Egyptian game.
kids, no.
Gereg.
Rig.
Entio.
In a Jirek. Pio.
Enrich. Kids.
And Ark.
In Gereg.
Rig.
Sweaty?
You need to.
In a Jirek. Ark.
And Dayo. You in its ear new. Greek UIR. And you Bea. Dayo.
I need to get a
In which you no. Rig. Tayo.
granary up as well.
In which kids.
Jirej. Pio.
And we Dayo.
You need to.
In wedge. In its erect.
Rig.
I haven't played an Egyptian mirror in forever. I don't feel like I'm gonna
No.
Gereg. Ak. Bea.
I don't feel like it's gonna be all too great.
And you UIR.
I don't even know what I'm supposed to be going for here.
In Greek. Enito. UIR. Greek.
Greg. No.
We'll grab this.
No. Ak. EU refer. No.
And UIR.
He need you. No. Greg. Tayo. No.
and ak.
In which.
In Greek. UIR.
Girej. Tayo.
Enito. You refer.
Or goats here, or he's already checked it out.
Greek.
I do not know.
He need you. Baya. Greg. In which. Ak. Tayo. Kids.
He's definitely been here. If I tried the new Scorpion, man, no. Gold mine over here kind of makes me feel like
In Greek, UIR.
Oscar made Isis look OP. What god were you playing? Isis has got a couple of good matchups, but not many.
Greek.
Shenong. Yeah, I did abs. Yeah, he might have stolen that one from me. I did I think you can win that one very simply as Shenong. I have a way through that. But you have to know what you're doing. Oh sure.
He need you. No. In Ak.
Inegeri. Ak.
Greek, UIR.
Greg. Tayo. Tayo. No.
You also have to be able to micro quite well, I think.
Ak. No.
Enito. UIR.
Image ak beya.
In with you repair. He need to. Kids.
And which? UIR. refer. Enito. Tayo. refer. Tayo. UIR.
Greg. Tayo.
In hak. Ak.
And which?
I doubt there's a gold mine over here. What can you do?
In which. Ak. UIR.
Girej. Ak.
Greg. Ak. Kids. He need to. In with Tayo. Kids.
UIR.
Super late advance. I think I need to get a scout on him.
Greg. Baya.
And Geo.
See if he makes barracks or goes for a town center or is fast heroic.
UIR. Kid.
Inegeri. Hayeri. Ak.
He need no. In which. He need Greg. You repair. In no. He need to. In which. Kids. No.
In wak.
Entio. No.
refer. Greek. refer.
Greg. Tayo. Baya.
Tayo.
Gereg. Kid.
In which.
You refer.
Inito you abaya you baya.
Gri UIR.
Rig
Inito tayo.
in which
Ayo ref UIR.
Inage I Bea.
Gire tayo.
Entio. Inage ak you Bea.
Inito
Antio e refer.
Rig you refer. Kids in which Inito
An tayo.
In kid.
Inito. IUIR. Ayo refer.
Let's see if he's on one town center or two at this point. I'm a little
F.
confused.
Rig UIR kids.
Greek tayo. IUIR. Ayo refer.
In I no.
In you refer. Inito kids. In which app UIR kids.
He could be on a village center. I don't know. Huh? Okay. I'm confused.
Rig
In I ro in Yawit. Inage erect.
Inita UIR. Ayo refer. Tayo.
Inito
In I kid. In you refer. Nyan
in
Shrek.
tayo naya in shred.
An UIR. Tayo. Ayo refer. Tayo. UIR.
Ine ak.
Tayo. Greek. Ayo refer. Tayo. UIR. An inito. Tayo.
Gere I ro
Greek.
in Yawit kid.
Tayo refer. Tayo. UIR.
Rig UIR baya. Inito ak baya.
Gire ak. Eri enti ayatio.
Inage enti ak Beyerek kid wicked. Entio. Gere inage erect. In I kid.
Tayo. UIR.
In wet hak. Entio.
My base.
Into
Actually, don't get this.
Entio.
In with Rig kids.
And eri fear. Eri fear hak.
Inito. Ayo refer. Inito. UIR. Tayo.
Gere refer.
Greek. And which? Inito. Ayo refer.
Gary into you. EU refer.
Greek. Tayo. UIR.
In EU refer.
Inage erect. Entio kid. In with Yak you.
Into you.
And you at you. Into you. You at you. Into you. Into you.
UIR. You refer. Jerry Park.
Garnath.
And Greek. You refer. UIR.
And you refer. Into
And Greek. Any. You refer.
Garrett.
And Greek. You
And you
refer.
into you.
And Greek.
Garrett.
UIR.
Into you. UER. And wedge. Into you. At you.
Any. And you.
Garrett. Erect. And at you.
UIR.
Garrett. In Garrett. And wedge. Garrett.
Gerget. Ro
Ini
in
kid.
Yawit.
Ro iya tawit. En kid baya. En kid baya.
In kid.
Any. You refer.
Into you.
Into you. You into you. You into you.
You into you. Into you. And into you.
And into you.
UIR.
Into you. Garrett.
Into you.
Into you. And Garrett. Into you. And you. Garrett.
Into you.
You refer.
UER. Into you. UER.
En wit.
And which.
Into you.
And into you.
Into you. EU refer. At you. Garrett. And Garrett. Into you.
You.
And Garrett. Into you.
And you. Into you.
ER. UER. EU refer.
Into you.
UIR.
Into you. Into you. EU refer.
And into you.
Ini to.
You. Kid.
Rig. EU refer. Ak.
UER. At. In UER. Into you. Into you. Garrett. Into you. At you.
And which.
Into you. Into you. Garrett. And Garrett.
Greek. You refer.
Into you. Into you.
And you.
Garrett.
You.
Into you. And into you.
Enito. And which. You refer.
Garrett. EU refer. Into you. Into you. And EU refer.
You refer.
Into you. Garrett.
And Enito. You refer.
And into you. At you. Garrett. EU. Into you.
And Greek. You refer. Enito. UIR.
Image erect. Gear. You. Kid.
Enito. You refer.
And wedge. EU refer. Into you.
Greek. Enito.
Into you.
Into you.
And which.
At you.
Into you.
And EU refer.
En wit.
In at you. UER. In EU refer.
Into you.
UER. Into you. Into UER. EU refer. In UER. Into you. EU
UIR.
into you. Into you.
UIR.
Into you. UER.
Image erect. In where you kid.
Ini to. Rig. No.
You refer.
Garrett. In UER. In EU refer. In EU. Into you. Into you. UER. In EU. Into you. Into UER. Into you. EU refer. Into EU refer. UER. In EU refer. At you. Into you. EU refer. Into you. EU refer.
Greek. You refer.
Into you.
GG. He built Slinger and he lost. I mean, what can I say? I try to explain it to people. But I don't get it. I thought I might have had enough priests to stop the scarabs killing my town center. Maybe if I microed the ancestors eclipse onto it or something, I don't know. Someone said Tiger Boss is back, but he didn't play in Gameathlon. Ah, unlucky. Did you watch any replays yet today? I saw an interesting Ra vs Kiyomi game. If you check Pegasus. Is it the one that I lost? Are you trying to say that? Or is Pegasus playing Ra? Or did the Ra player win? Sure. Let's find old mate Pegasus. If there's someone out there who knows how to win that matchup, I will steal it from them shamelessly. He went straight to the Mythic Age. Did he build a single slinger? Oh my god, he has 300 plus slingers. How much did Pegasus fuck this up? How did B and Garnath end up facing each other in round 1? Well, that's how the ELO works. They B currently, or before this round started, is 2020. Sorry, 1220. And Garnath is 1123. So seed wise, I don't even know what that is. But
إلى جيرك.
okay. Isn't this just trolling? He got a Vilpic. Yeah, I guess if the Tsukiyomi player drops New Moon straight away, then you can play 1 TC. I don't even know if you can. Alright. It's wild. When I play, nobody does this to me. They don't just throw an army into my power spike while also having resources in the bank. 70 favor in the bank. Didn't drop Swampland. I don't get it. Now Pegasus has to pull himself back from the shitty... He drops this anyways. I think he would have won the fight and won the game right then and there if Troll Pack didn't Shifting Sands away. Does that make sense, Honey Nuts? It's like he has to Shifting Sands away from the position. Pegasus gets the map, gets more time to spend all of his resources, probably gets up to a second Swampland, and then he just walks across the map and wins with the second Swampland in this specific strategy. Even here, he's brought the game back. But it's in a different position than it otherwise should have been in. I mean, he's also spamming Zuragulmor, which is kind of funny. These units do have a very small amount of AoE damage, so if you can hit them on top of the slingers, you can get some stuff. Yeah, if the Egyptian player ever walks out at the Japanese player, they just drop Swampland, Shifting Sands back, and then you just go and wait for the second Swampland. And then you go win the next fight and you win the game. If they play classical fight. Or they sit there inside of the Swampland, lose everything, and then you win the game. Yeah, but if he's Shifting Sands again, he's just Shifting Sandsing, like, away from his gold mine, right? And by that stage, I'm already at full medium with an army that the Egyptian player can't beat. Right? Because I played classical fight, and these units don't do anything. The only way that these units get any value is if you are in front on population. So all you have to do is force the first Shifting Sands and the next Shifting Sands. There he goes. I mean, you can see it right here, exactly what's going on. You can see, like, you can't win a fight. So, just don't fuck up at the start, and then you win the game. And I bet you the only way that Troll Pack wins this game here is with the tornado. Still can't win a fight. He shouldn't have attacked. He should have just rushed tornado so that he can actually kill the army. Well, that was impressively poorly played from Pegasus, unfortunately. Is what it is. I win games with Egyptian too sometimes, guys. Slingers for the win. That's right. Slingers actually aren't the worst versus Tsukiyomi because he doesn't have a AoE damage dealing god power until the Mythic Age. But yeah, if he just drops, if you just force the Shifting Sands immediately on the first attack, second attack comes in, there's not a Shifting Sands up, you just win, I think. I don't see anything wrong with that approach from the side of Tsukiyomi. If they go for a classical fight, I mean, if someone, I almost guarantee you, if someone plays that matchup enough with Tsukiyomi, they'll never lose versus that classical fight. Just doesn't make sense. Getting back into the game, is it right to say the 3 newer pantheons have power crept? Okay, so yes, the power has been crept on, but Greek, Norse, and Atlanteans, as well as China actually, were all buffed. Egyptian was also buffed slightly, but I think they fell. I think they've fallen behind. That's my take on the whole thing. Good luck. What's over here? Japan versus Greek infantry. I don't know. I'm not very good with the Japanese, to be completely honest. My Japanese is la shit. The gods that I'm currently strong, that I feel comfortable playing, are the Greeks, the Norse. I mean, I feel comfortable playing the Egyptians. I'm just not winning with them. Atlanteans, China. I think that's it. I'm not really comfortable with Japan. Not really comfortable with Japan or. You see, I've got the wrong buildings coming out. Not really comfortable with Japan or the Aztecs at the moment.
Nanda?
What is this? His crown?
Nanda? Kari. Nanda? Kari. Shiji wa? Shiji aru. Nani? Nani? Iku ne.
Hey Fox, thank you for the Prime, my friend. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Is it an official tournament yet? No. At the moment, I'm just playing ladder games. In about an hour, we've got B versus Garnath. You'll be able to tell it's an official tourney game from... Don't need this many long food. Nanda? You'll know it's an official tournament game when the UI changes, the overlay.
Nanda? Nani? Shiji wa? Ikuzo. 採掘なんだ了解指示ある行くね任せて準備ではい行くね任せて
Okay.
準備完了なんだ狩り準備狩りなんだ了解建築担当指示は任せろ建築担採掘なんだ建築担当建築採掘
Oh, he has hippos on this. Why does he have hippos on that? That's so stupid.
はい了解任務に従います任務遂行
何よわしがやろう
I think we have to go for our own town center here because of that.
はい
Like, he doesn't have a good gold mine. I could just go for a gold staff.
はい
Sure.
何指示はなんだ準備完了了解しました任務遂行はい向かおう了解しましたはい任務遂向かおう出発すると攻撃はい建築工事向かおう了解しました行くぞはい何ですはい何任せるかり指示を
出るぞ
準備ではい了解行くね任せてはい出発する任務はい出発する
よかろはよい
指示を行くぞカリはい了解行くぞケンカリ
わし出るぞあそこへ
了解しました準備向かおう任務遂行はい了解しました何でしょう戦闘開始任務はい了解はい任務出発する向かおう前進何ですはい任務了解しはい向かおう準備か建築担当なんだ指示ある任せろはいカリ何でしょう準備完了了解突撃
何事じゃ前進じゃ
任務に従います何でしょう準備完戦闘開始はい建築担当何カリ任務に従います準備完了
よかろうよいあそこへ出るぞ
なんだ行くぞ了解
礼をけこよいよかろう突撃せよ
何です指示を何はい出発する
出るあそよ出るあそわしがやろうよかろう
進め
あそよ
指示ははい建築担当
よいは出るぞ押し出すわしが戦のここぞ
指示を何です出任はい戦闘開始
よい
了解しましたに出発する準備はい向かおう行くぞ建築担当
よいはできておる
了解しました
名誉よかな
任務遂行
何はよる
準備赤建築担当指示出発する向かおう何はい攻撃建築担当はい了解しました前進了解
あそこへ来
はい了解向かおう任務遂行
わしに任す何かよかろよし
指示建築担当なんだ聞こ任務にはい
何事じゃ押し出せ 間違い
了解
用意はよ出る戦のここ
指示を
準備的建築
名誉
担
敵間違いある
準備か向かおうはいはい
何あそこへ行こ
突撃任務遂行
うわしに任せよ出るぞ
はい建築担当なんだ準備建築採掘しばかすかり
指示をも名誉用意あそこへ
な了解しましたなん了解前進
何事じゃあそこへよか
準備完了はい
ろ何か用意
任務にした攻撃なんです任務遂行進め
何事前進じゃ
行くぞなん了解
わしに任せよ
ご指示をはいはい戦闘開始
何育建築担当
名出るぞ違いある
なんだ建築担
用意はできておる
了解しました
何事用意
任務なん出発任務遂行指示進め準備完了
指示を申す
指示ある建築機構
なんでしょ
名誉撃突撃せよであそこへ行こうよかろうわしに用意
準備了解はい指示を了解任務遂行
あそこへ行こ
なんで出発するご指示を了解しました
う何かわし出るぞ指示わしがよかろうよ出るぞ用意よ出るぞわしが出るよかろう戦のここ
任務に従いますなんです
前進じゃ
何陸機構
名誉撃を何か撃て
なんでしょう出発する
よし
指示は採掘
何事用意用意はできておる
ご指示任務遂行はい指示を何です準備攻撃任務遂行
何かわしに任せよかろう
なんでしょうご指示を向かおう了解しました
指示をもう出るぞ何か
あー
やろう
なんでしょう出発する
何かよかろう
Gonna resign. Too much stuff I gotta defend against. I needed to get more heroes out or more one Udo out. Oh well. Nah. I wanted to try. I didn't see the hippos on his town center. It's just an unfair map, that's all. If I saw the hippos on his map a little earlier, I would have just gone 2TC. But I wanted to punish the shitty town center, but game not very fair to me in that one. Why I feel not comfortable with Japanese compared to other civs? I can speak Japanese. I haven't played a lot of them. And I mostly just play BS strats with them anyways. I haven't like sat down and been like, this is how I play this matchup. This is how I play that matchup. But yeah, I think if I made some sound, some on the musha actually there. I don't know why I didn't put down a I don't know why I didn't put down a dojo and make on the musha. That was stupid. In hindsight, if I just put down 2 dojos and make on musha, I think I just win on that push there. Oh well. What can you do? As soon as I saw Spearman, actually. Another one. Unlucky.
Jim Cuddy.
指示あるはい準備的攻撃よ何まはい行くねなんだ何了解準備
Go Amino Uzume here. Nah. I think this matchup is willing me to try and play the longer game. I could go another 1 euro attempt.
なんだ
Yeah, 2TC classical fight here makes a lot of sense from Japan.
建築採掘
Especially with this. Can put a shrine up here, Shrine of the Han. And go from there.
なはい行くね指示ある建築短期行
Well, Feathers of Heaven is kind of nice though. Okay.
任せカー準備レオサイク何採掘何何はい行くね準備はい任せて行くね
Maybe some samurai action in this one, but not right away. I don't know. Definitely play a little bit more town century here, I think.
準備できたよ。レオ行くね。何？なんまか建築担当聞こう。何？はい、神楽。何？行くね。
なんだ任せかり。
準備できたよ。
指示了解。
指示ある。なんだ？聞こう。何？準備できたよ。何？任せかい。行くね。了解。指示ある。任せて。神楽。何？はい。なんだ？
Okay.
準備行くね。採掘。
Hopefully we have enough gold here. I haven't done this before. I don't know what the right build is. Maybe one more thing. Could you say a bit about what the general Chinese game style is? I don't quite get it. China is eco,
はい。
then big push.
何？任せて。行くね。準備できたよ。なんだ？
はい、カリ。
指示や準備的建築担当。なんだ？はい、行くね。レオ任せて。
Like you want to make a lot of eco, and then you want to.
何？はい、カー。
I need to get some food, some wood in pretty quickly here. It's okay. Maybe I get one more kitsune just so I can scout what he's doing. Should be enough on food. Fill that up. I just need. I'm gonna run up this way and just see what he's doing.
Nani? 建築機構。なんだ？カー。
指示は光。
指示や建築機構。準建築担当。なん了解。何行くね。はい。
なんだ？採掘。
指示ある。神楽。準備できたよ。 何任せて聞こう
A lot of villages on wood.
なん了解建築担当何準備できたよ建築担当採掘
準備完了
Am I getting all in? I guess so. That is the case. Let's get some defenses in. Tower ups.
建築担当
指示ある行くねはい準備行くね了解任せてはい
準備はい任せるこり指示はこり
何建築担当行くね聞こ
了解行くぞこり
なんだ何
はいこり
指示ある聞こ何了解任せて準備でなんだよ建築担当何了解
はい
行くね建築担当
了解向かおう指示を了解しました何です任務遂行突撃ご指示を戦闘開始はい了解しました
なんだはい家畜指示ある了解建築担当準備で任せて了解攻撃よ何はいなんだ攻撃よ
任務遂行出発するはい
指示ある
はい
何了解
なんだ任せろ建築担当出発する
任せ行くね家畜何準備できかはい聞こ
準備了解しました
指示了建築担当はい生行くはい行くね
準備了解任務に従いますなんで任務出発する
なんだ
準備はい向かおう
準備で建築担当
はい出発する
何任せて
任務遂行
指示ある建築担当
了解
準備できたよなんだはい建築担当何建築担当
指示は建築担当ご指示を了解しました
お任せちょっと買いますなんだ何指示ある準備できたよ
任せろ
なんだ任せて何よ建築担当今参ります私が参ります何行くね建築担当指示はい建築担当了解ご指示承知なんだ任せて何はい建築担当何聞こ準備行くね家畜今私が了解承知
なんだはい建築担当
今買います異議なし
準備行く建築担当
なんだ了解指示ある
Okay.
何建築採掘採掘
指示を申す
何任せて行くねはい何了解
出るぞ
最終
何事じゃ
出発する
なんだ任せて行くねはい何指示ある
用意出るぞ
なんだ任せて 何了解指示ある行くねなんだはい飛行ま了解何建築担当建築担当
指示は建築担当
なんだ建築担当何行くね
よかろあそこよかろ
なんだ指示は光
はい
了解
何
任せろ準備はい
何
なんだ任せろ
準備で行くね任せて
指示は
なんだはい
わしがやろう出るぞ用意出るぞ
建築担
指示建築担当何建築
当な
細工
んだ建築採掘指示は建築担当準備完了建築担当
了解任せ最終
あわしがやろう出るぞ
準行くね建築担当
よあそこへ行こうよかろ
何はい何
あそ出るぞ
行くね
行くぞ了解
準備で
建築担当
聞こ
よ出る
なんだ指示ある
よわしがやあそこへ
準備任せて
よ
はい建築担当行ききこり
出るぞよ用意出るわ用意よかろ
指示任せろ準備完はい
出るぞあそこへ行こう出るぞ用意あそこへ行こ
きこり
うよかろ出るよかろ
指示は準備了解はい任せろ
何聞こ準備検討
なん
作業
だ建農作業
あ出るぞわしがやろう
準備はい任せろ
なんだ建築細工指示ある
指示は了解
指示を出るぞ
はい行くぞ建築担当
よあそこへ行こ
指示はきこり
There was stuff there
うなよ
because
かろ
of reasons.
用意はできておる出る用意用意出るぞ
Okay.
あそこへ行こ
なんだはい建築担当
うよあそこへ行こうわしに出るわし用意
何建築準備で行くね何準備了解行くね細
よ
工
かろ
指示検討
なんだ
作業
農作業
指令を聞こ
なんだはい任せて
う何か
何
よあせるぞ
準備採掘
よかろ
なんだ建築担当
あそわしがやろう
指示ある準備なはい了解行くね細工
よあそ出るぞよかろあそ
なんだ
こへ行こ
はい了解
うよ
Can I get
準備できたよ
castle?
出るよわしがあそこへ行こう
I
よかろ
can.
指示ある
建築担当
わしがやろう用意
何指示ある
建築担当
な細工
よかろ出るぞあそこへ行こうわしがやろう用意よかろ出るぞ用意よかろわしがやろうあそ用意よかろ出るぞ
任務向かおう進め任務遂行
攻撃よ
前進了解しました攻撃だ
準備行くね
はい何でしょう了解任務出発戦闘開始指示は
何細工指示ある
はい採掘建築担
なん
当指示は
指示攻撃よ何
はい任務遂行はい向かおう任務遂行準備完了建築担当
何建築
なんです出発する準備はいご指認了解
準備できたいはい
任務に従います指示向かおうなんです
よわしがやれ用意
なんだ建築担当
わしがやろう。
準備建築担当
何事じゃ。
何
I think we're okay here.
なんだ
建築担当
何行くね建築担当
指示は
なんだ任せて再準備できたよ
何名よかろう。あそこへ行く。よかろう。
なんだ採掘
よい。
何建築採掘
名よ指示を出るぞ。あそこへ行こう。わしに任せよ。わしがやろう。わしがやろう。押し出せ。何事じゃ。
はい任務終了向かおうなんではい了解しました
出るぞ。あそこへ行こう。あそこ出るぞ。あそこへ行こう。よかろう。出る。よい。あそこへ行こう。よい。
指示飛行建築担当
準備完了準備建築管理
わしに出るぞ。
指示ははい建築担当任せろ建築担当
名はよい。
準備できたなんだ了解はい
よかろう。よかろう。わしよ焦る。あそこへ行こう。あそこへ行こう。
何建築担当
I need a lot of heroes here for all the Fey beasts.
何か。
なん了解
あそこへ行こう。よかろう。
準備はい狩り
出る。指示を申せ。あそこへ行こ
任せて何任せて
う。よかろう。わしが出る。よい。よかろう。わしがやろう。出るよ。わしがやろう。出るぞ。よい。よかろう。わしがやろう。
準備了解
よかろう。
なんだはい島風了解攻撃よ
出るぞ。
ごめん私が了解
よかろう。よい。あそこへ行こ
行くね建築担当
う。よいはで
準
きておる。
備完了目標了はい了承知任務出発
何時今日買います
I need
何事じゃ。
all my units to stop fighting for just a little bit.
了解指示任せろ了解しました了解そう
何任せはい
指示
準備で
はい
きたよ、
狩り
何了攻撃よ
何です任務出発する任務遂行はい了解出発する何でしょう攻撃はいなんだ了解
Oh, that's
任せろ
disappointing, isn't it?
準備完了任務向かおう準備建築担当指示はい出発任務遂行
指示ある準備攻撃細工何建築担当
I just can't get my army back out after the Fey Beasts. I was like 100% won here.
何なんだ任建築担当指示ある行くね 建築担当
Tell me those farms never built.
はい、行くぞ。
How fucking disappointing. I like know the Fey Beast is gonna be there, but it takes like what am I supposed to do versus it if to not lose my army? I guess I just have to sit on my castle. I don't know, man. That's really frustrating. I was so far in front. I mean, just click Fey Beast and won the game. Oh well. I learned my lesson. Don't make archers versus Shenong. Wish there was a hotkey to set your rally point to garrison. Yeah, kind of cool. I kind of just, after the Fey Beast, my brain just sort of switched off, and I just like, okay, I got all the resources. Let me just get an army back out, and then I just kept sending them into the meat grinder. They're fucking stupid. Oh dear.
好的，是的。
出发，遵命出发，攻击。是遵命，是的，出发，开战。遵命出发，攻击。遵命，是的。什么？是的，猎人，出发，遵命。遵攻击，出发。开战！遵命出发！是的，出发！遵命是出发！出发！攻击！准备好了，请开战！攻击！准备好！遵命，猎人准备好了。什么？是出发！是的，请出发！遵命攻击
I'm giving up on this herding.
准备遵命出发！
准备好了。
什么？建筑工、伐木工。
Next time, I'm just building a granary.
什么？
请下命令。
I had to build a granary there anyways for the thing.
出发！出发！出发！
What time's the playoff? It's in 30 minutes.
准备好了，出发！遵命。
The game is in 30 minutes.
准备好了，请下命令。
请下命令，出发！
什么？建筑矿工。
什么？出发！遵命。准备好遵命。是的，出发。什么？出发！出发！准备好了，请下命，遵命。出发。
This looks like a standard advance from him.
是的。什么？出发。
是的，出发。
请下出发。是出发。遵命出发。遵命开战。遵命出发。
是的。什么？
请遵命，建筑矿工。
请下命令，遵猎人。准备好了，出发。猎人。准备好了，遵命出发。什么？遵命，猎人，请下命令。
Okay.
准备好了，出矿工。什么？遵命矿工，请下出矿工。 是的，准备好。遵矿工。
是的。好的。
是的。
请下。是的。准备好。好的。
什么？出发！遵命，猎人。
请下命令。出发。则出发。猎人。什么？建筑工。
准备好，出发。建筑工。出发。建筑工。
请出发。遵命，出发。遵命。
是的。是的。好的。
是的。
Okay.
准备好了。是的。什么？出遵命。
什么？
什么？遵命。是的。
是的。建筑工。
准备好了，出发。遵命。请下命令。什么？出发。矿工。
出发。
准备好了。
请遵命。矿工。准备好。建筑工。矿工。
是的。建筑工。请下。出发。准备好了，遵命。
出发。
请出。建筑工。
什么？建筑工。
是的。好的。是的。准备好。好的。
行。走，出发。什么？遵命。出发。什么？遵命。猎人。
什么？遵命。是的。好的。
走，出发。遵命。攻击。
准备好了。是的。好的。是的。请下命令。是的。是的。是的。好的。
是的。是的。出发。
准备好了。是的。好的。
行。请下命令。
Okay.
什么？出发。遵命。
Might be time for an armory.
是的。好的。
出发。遵命。出发。出发。遵命。遵命。遵命。
准备好了。请下命令。
矿工。遵命。出发。请下。遵命。是遵命。遵命。遵命。准备好了。请什么？准备好。出发。请什么？遵命。遵命。出发。
是的。好的。
是的。遵命。出发。请下命。遵命。遵命。遵命。这什么？是的。出发。遵命。准备。是的。遵命。是的。请下命令。出发。遵命。请下命令。出发。准备好了。建筑矿工。建筑矿是什么？遵命。出发。遵命。准备好。出发。出发。遵命。出发。请下。遵命。出发。遵命。
Oh, I'm also shit. I forgot.
请什么？准备好了，遵命。出发。
Okay, we need to get this guy.
是的。好的。
是，请下命令。遵命。什么？出发。遵命。出发。请下命令。是的，遵命。出发。
请下命令。建筑荒。
什么？请下命令。遵命。准备好，出发。遵命。出发。什么？遵命。开战。是的，攻击，开战。请下命令，
准备就绪。什么？遵命，出发。建筑工。
是的，
什么？是的。请下什么？遵命，出发。是的。
准备出发。好的。什么？
请下遵命，建筑工。
准备好了。是的。
是的，出发。遵命。什么？遵命，出发。遵命。是的，出发。遵命。全什么？遵命，出发。准备好了，请下出发。遵命。什么？出发。遵命。
准备遵命矿工。
是的。
什么？建筑工、伐木工。
准备什么？遵命，出发。行，准备好了，出发。
是的。
请下命令。请下命令。
是，请下命令，出发。遵命。
什么？准备好。遵命。好的。
是的，出发。请下遵命。
We're not going to get a gold stuff, but I'm just going to
攻击。
pressure here.
是的。好的。是的。
请是的。准备好了，
准备就绪。遵命。攻击。
开战。是的。请什么？攻击。请下命令，开战。
好的，遵命。什么？是的。好的。是的。请下命令。是什
么？准备好了。是的，出发。出发。遵命。出发。出发。攻击。开战。出发。遵命。出发。遵命。请下命令。
行。前进。
遵命。出发。遵命。
是，准备好，出发。遵命。出发。攻击。出发。
是的。出发。是的。好的。
是的。请下命令。
出遵命。出发。矿工。什么？
出发。遵命。猎人准备出猎人。
请下命令。遵命。是好的。
什么？是的。遵命。
准备好了，出发。遵命矿工。
什么？遵命。是的。遵命。
准备。是的。出发。是的。好的。
是遵命。出发。出发。遵命。遵命。出发。准备好了，出发。遵命，请下命令。
遵命。
什么？是的。请下命令。准备好了，出发。是什么？出发。是的，请下命令。出发。是的，什么？是的，准备好了，出发。出发。
是的。
好的。是的，遵命。准备好了。准备什么？是的，请下命出发。
是的。是的。
遵命。
遵命。什么？
出发。遵命。
准备好了，请下命令，出发。遵命。出发。
出发。是遵命。出发。好的，准备是遵命。请出发。遵命。出发。请下命令。是遵命。建筑工出发。是遵命。请下命令。是行。出发。准备好了，则出遵命。是出什么？遵命。建筑工。
出发。
准备遵命。
什么？好的。
准出发。
出发。
遵命，准出发。遵命，
遵命，出发。
准出发。
出发，遵命，出发，遵命，出发，遵命，
准备就绪。
出发。请下命令。遵命。建筑工，建筑工，遵命，出发。是的。
出发。建筑工。
遵命。
是的。出发。猎人。
准备。是的。遵命。出发。遵命。是的。准备好。出发。遵命。出发。遵命。
遵命。准备就绪。行。
出发。
是的。
遵命。
是的。好的。
行什么？是的，是的。遵命。出发。
请下矿工。
什么？是遵命。请下命令。出发。
是的，遵命。请下命令。
什么？请什么？是的，出发。遵命，开战！出发。
攻击！
遵命，攻击！开战！请是的。请向建筑猎人。准备好了，是遵命，换工遵命，出发。什么？请出列则出发。
下命令。
建筑工遵命，建筑矿工。
出发！遵命。是的。
准备好了。
好的。攻击！请下命令。遵命。是的，遵命。遵命。建筑工。什么？是的。出发。
是的。遵命。
遵命。
遵命。遵命。
是的。
准备好了。
准备遵命。遵命。出发。出发。准备好了。是遵命。出发。
好的。遵命。遵命。是什么？遵命。准备好了。
准备好了。
是准备好了。请下命令。换工。什么？出发。出发。是的。什么？
下命令。
遵命，出发。
是出发。遵命，开始攻击。准备好了。准备。遵命，出发。建筑工。
好，遵命。
请遵出发。
是的，前攻击。
是遵命，遵命。
请下命令。什么出？是的，遵命。建筑工。
请下命令。
是好的。
什么？是的，出发。开战！
开战！攻击！攻击！遵。
是的。出发。遵命。出发。遵命。遵命。出发。出发。
出发。
请下命。出发。出发。
准备出发。遵命。
出发。
什么？遵命。出发。
什么？没有出发。
遵命。出发。遵命。出发。出发。遵命。是的。出发。
请遵攻击。
什么？准备好了，请遵命。遵命。准备好什么？出发。是出发。
好的。
是什么？出发。出发。遵命。
准备好了。是的。
遵命。
下命令。
遵命。请下命出发。矿工。
出发。
出发。 出发，建筑工。
准备遵命，开战。
是的，准遵建烈士。
请什么？出发，攻开战。
准备遵命。
是
出建筑工。
是的。出遵命。
准备好了，遵命。出猎人。
什么？是的。出发。是的。出遵命。请下命令。出发。
什么？是遵命，请出发。遵命。
列士们，请下遵命。是出发。出发。请问是遵命。什么？出发。遵命。请遵命。是遵命。什么？是遵命。
什么？出矿工。
准备好了，
猎人，
请下命令。
遵猎人。
是的。遵命。请下命令。准备好了。是的。出发。请下命令。遵命。准备遵命。出发。
准备好了。
是遵命。出发。建筑工。
是的。出发。出发。遵命。准备好了。出发。遵命。出发。遵命。
准备就绪。没问题。
请遵命出发。遵命。准备出发。
遵命。出发。猎人。
准备好了。请下命令。
遵命出发。
什么？出发。是的，遵命。
请下命令。出发，前进。
准备好了。
出发，遵命。出矿工。
是的，请下什么？建筑工。
是什么？
请下遵命。是的，前矿。
请下命令。
是开战。
遵命。是的，
好的，请下命令。前进。
准出发，请出发。建筑工。
出发。是的。
遵命。
是遵命。猎人。
开战。出发。遵命。出发。遵命。攻击。出发。请下命。遵命。
出发。请下命令。建筑工。
遵命。什么？准备出发。
攻击。出发。遵命。开战。
请遵命。出发。
准备好了，遵命。法木工。
请下命令，揍他！
什么？攻击！
好的。是的。好的。攻击。出发，建筑工。出发。请下遵命。遵命。出发。
准备出发。是的。遵命。
遵命。行，请下命令。
是的，请遵命。出发。伐木工。命猎人。
准出发。遵命。什么？出发。建筑工。出发。请下命令。出发。是遵命。遵命。请攻击。我知道了。好的，出发。行，开战。是的，准备就绪。请下命令。总开战。好的。准备就绪。请下命令。开战。准备就绪。请下命令。开战。前进。是的。好的。是开战。开攻。遵命。开前进。是的。准备好了。是的。总前进。准备就绪。请下命令。请下命令。是的。出发。请下攻击。什么？攻击。遵命。遵命。
准备好了。
Too much. Could not deal with anything there. what unit I should have built. Tough one. All right. Time to do some stuff. How do I counter that wolf raid? I guess you don't. Quite difficult. Full wall the map, full upgrades. I think if I was Nuwa or Shenong, it would have been easier. Yeah, it was 4x back gold mine on that map. I should have just gone far second town center and I probably would have been in a really good spot. I didn't think about it. I just checked the town centers and then it was a bit late. I mean, my Nejar was a little bit preoccupied, Ragnaroks. All right. Let's get this show on the road. Oh no, they haven't drafted yet. Okay. Where are they? Have they started? Nope. I guess just have heroes everywhere so he can't take anything down without losing some. Could have played more aggressive in the classical age. I was just scared I was going to get caught. I think my decision to go town center was just super duper late. I should have done that like maybe 8 minutes, 7 minutes 30 in or something. I am going to cast the MCL. So today's plan is B versus Garnath, then 1800 to 2000, or yeah, 18 to 20 GMT. I cast MCL, then I go to bed. That's my current plan. I'm gonna raid Motaba, who's gonna go and cast the stuff. Yeah. So yeah, if you guys finish in 2 hours, I'll cast the whole thing. If you do not, I will be gone. But generally, you guys take about 10 zillion years to start a game. So there is that. I mean, to be honest, we probably should be able to get through it. Is it a best of 5 or a best of 7? Best of 7? Yeah, there's no way I'm staying up for that. I think I watched one game and it took an hour last time. So that would be 7 hours at that snail's pace to get through a best of 7. B games usually 6 minutes. No, I'm talking about the MCL. Hello, Falcon. Sorry, man. We're about to do 3DB versus Garnath. So there is no games to be cast otherwise. I'm going to change my scene. So thanks for the raiding party, Young. Totally missed that one there. Appreciate you, man. Mythic Age versus Classical Age. I don't think that was the problem. I don't think there was a problem with me being Classical Age to the Mythic Age, because he was one town center. It's like quite common if someone's one town center and the other person is two to be like Classical versus Mythic. You can put the recorded game in my Discord, but at the moment the only casts I'm trying to do are Gameathlon playoff casts, because otherwise my voice just kind of dies. And also, I mean, we're also doing the MCL, so we are doing some team games later. Hating on Slingers while playing the Egyptian theme. Yeah. Look, Slingers are terrible. All right, we're going to have a short break before we get started here. These beers patiently waiting, Garnath. I will be back soon. Give me, I'll be back in like in a little under 5 minutes. Alrighty, guys, welcome back to your regularly scheduled Gameathon Athens land qualifier shenanigans. It is the road to qualifier that we are on. Playoffs number 2. One ticket has already been sold to the highest bidder. No, the strongest player. Recon has already claimed it. This week we are searching for the next player. Today, we have 3 matches. Unfortunately, I'm only going to be able to cover the first one. We got 3DB versus Garnath. At 20 GMT, it's Mini Yeti versus El Matador. And then following that, we have Grass versus Kiluminati at 2200 GMT. So, yeah, if you want to catch those 2 games, the Mini Yeti El Matador and Grass Kiluminati, make sure that you tune into Motaba. He will be covering those, I believe, and potentially some other people too. Scooby Maniaco, appreciate the kind words. You can send the love over to Uros. He is the brains behind the overlays and all the other good stuff that comes from that. Alrighty. So today we have the B Garnath game. They have already drafted. I'm going to jump over to the head-to-head and see if they've played each other. I'm pretty sure they haven't. So we will we'll check it out, but it's going to just be more about their history of success in tournaments than anything else. Alrighty, so here are the 2 players. You actually got Garnath at a 50% win rate, which is pretty solid. It's very hard to be a positive win rate in S-tier tournaments as a top 16 player. If you're a top 8 player, very easy to be top 50%. But Garnath, he has been beating really high level talent consistently. He just hasn't been able to get past them. So he knows a lot of stuff. He's very, very strong. And B as well here, obviously, he's been having a lot of success himself, but not quite being able to get through. He has to win one of these playoff rounds to be able to make it to Athens. So there's a bit of a road ahead for him, but we'll see if he's going to be able to do the B things or if Garnath is going to be able to do the Garnath things here. I don't know exactly where these 2 players come against each other skill-wise, but they do know what each other likes to do, so it's going to be a little bit of an eye into the shenanigans. Let's jump over to the draft and see what we are going to see. Never gets old. B Garnath, a pretty hilarious draft here. I'm not going to lie. This draft, I was watching it live, and it was nearly instant. These guys know exactly what they want to pick, and there is no deliberation around it. 3DB bans out the Egyptians. Garnath bans out Gaia Hades. Quetzalcoatl for B. Huitzilopochtli Tezcatlipoca for Garnath. We have Ra Kronos for B. Then we have the Tsukiyomi Uranos for Garnath. Then Fushi Nuwa from B. And then the Amaterasu Frere from Garnath. And B does round out his draft with the Demeter. We are currently awaiting the God picks. So they aren't quite yet started on that nonsense, but their first map is going to be on Cloud Forest. And I love this map. I know there's a lot of people, a lot of specifically top level players who really don't like this map, but I'm such a fan. This is one of the best. This is one of the best. Sorry, my partner just arrived home. Okay. So yeah, I love me a Cloud Forest more than anything else. Big open map, lots of opportunity for shenanigans to happen, and all the other good stuff. So yeah, this is gonna be fun. I have had some confirmation from the players that they do actually enjoy playing against each other. So this is gonna be a really, really good one, I think. Alrighty. So our first game, let's chuck that up. Our first game is going to be a Quetzalcoatl versus Huitzilopochtli. Okay. So the reason I like Cloud Forest is it just kind of plays different to everything else. The woodlines on this map make me want to... I'm not allowed to say that stuff on stream, Avery. In fact, you probably shouldn't say that either. See, Pegasus Rush is in here saying he loves Cloud Forest. Personally, I don't have any issues with this map. I think it's great. It's got some interesting layout. Has a lot of opportunities for raids. A lot of weak points on the map to exploit. Not great, not terrible from El Matador. Exactly. The only other map that is as good as Cloud Forest is Mount Olympus. But unfortunately, we haven't seen that one coming up. It's unfortunate because it's going to be a map that has to be played at Athens. The players don't know that rule yet. I haven't announced the format for the actual Athens land, but Mount Olympus is a must-pick map because we're in Athens. It's just how it works. It's unfortunate. So... may as well start practicing it now, as much as I'd like to say. All right. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? Excuse me, 1 second. We are having some technical difficulties with my computer, and it is ready to go now. Fantastic. Alrighty, it is time for 3DB Garnath. We are 4 minutes away from action, from liftoff, from the gun going bang, and we are off to the races. We got ourselves a draft. We got ourselves our first picks. Quetzalcoatl versus Huitzilopochtli. Now, you come here looking to me for answers, to which I don't have many. This matchup, as far as I see it, I've tried some different stuff. I don't think anything works. I think the best thing to do here for both sides is to get to those Eagle Warriors. There's a lot of advantage inside of playing a 2TC game here with the Huitzilopochtli and then having tempo and using that tempo for the entirety of the game to get a big advantage. And I'm gonna give this guy a bit of a warning. We gotta be a little bit. While the tournament is on, we gotta rein it in. All right, guys. So Huitzilopochtli, Quetzalcoatl. I do think the main thing you want to be getting down here is those Eagle Warriors. They're just so key to this matchup. Unless I'm missing something completely, which could be the case. Of course, you've got things like the Tzitza-middles. You've got things like the Obsidian Butterfly, which is really, really good here as well on the side of the Huitzilopochtli. But if you go into if you go into Obsidian Butterflies, then you basically are just trying to use those to shut down the Eagle Warriors of your opponent, which can be very, very tricky. Very, very tricky. Anyways, Most of the time, you're going to be seeing the Earth Monster as your heroic age god power of choice. With the Ayotochli, you have yourself access to a blood-packed Ayotochli to take out a town center. And like I said, this is all about tempo from Huitzilopochtli. If the Quetzalcoatl can stabilize, they do have a stronger Eagle Warrior Ball. But the problem is that when the Eagle Warrior Ball forms, then you often start seeing Coyote Warriors come into the mix. And that's actually almost enough to take away the advantage of the Eagle Warrior 1 range you get in the Heroic Age, or 2 range you get in the in Mythic Age for playing Quetzalcoatl. So that's the that's the story. There's a couple other gods here in this mix that are quite interesting. Things like Demeter is the last pick. I do see people commenting on the low win rate. Demeter is probably one of the more tricky gods to play. I know a lot of people like to say that Egyptian is the god that is the pantheon that takes the most skill to make work, but I think Demeter probably has the most strategic specificity. I think that's the word. So we'll see if 3DB's got some angles. He's yet to actually get a win with Demeter, but he does feel pretty comfortable playing it. So we'll see if you're going to pick it in this one. He doesn't have to play on any water maps. You can see both players have happily just banned out the water maps, as 3DB banned out Midgard Mirage, and Garnath did say no to Budapest. So both players staying away from that water shenanigans and making it all happen. All right. Looks like we are going to be off to the races here for game number 1 on the map. Cloud Forest, 3DB versus Garnath. Let us jump into the first game here. Off we go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, into game number 1 here in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Quetzalcoatl. It is 3DB. In the right-hand corner of the map, we have Garnath playing as Huitzilopochtli. 2 members of the 3D team going up against each other. A pretty spicy one here, unfortunately. Team-on-team violence, as they like to say. The way that the seedings work is it is all up to basically your performance in previous events and in this event. Every single playoff that kicks around, players will lose tournament elo, players will gain tournament elo, and literally your performance in one round directly impacts your seed for the next round. So for example, in the last round, 3DB did win one series and then he lost a series 3-1. Garnath, he went 3-2 and lost that series. So actually Garnath climbed up some seeding and B also climbed up some seeding, which actually ended up with them meeting each other, unfortunately, in the round of 16. I believe Garnath was right at the bottom. He was seed 16 for that first one as well. So he did climb quite a few seeds with his 3-2 performance versus Recon. So every week, if you continue to get that solid performance, your seeding will improve, so to speak. We'll see how things are going to go, as in the main base, we do already have the livestock pen in. For Garnath, it looks like he is going for somewhat of a fast advance time. Over here, we've got no secondary Kalpuli extension. And for B, livestock pen, lumber outpost, and a very strange one from him. He actually takes the opportunity to not go. He doesn't go for the crafts workshop right away, instead opting for the faster temple, potentially a faster advance here. And then he's going to get himself the craft workshop a little bit later. Very, very interesting idea. Alrighty. Over to this side, the Commission Spy coming around. No bets. You guys and your bets. This is way too hard for me to do. All right, here you go. Have 1 minute of betting. All right, there you go. And both players are going to be saying add a cattle for the god of choice here, which makes a lot of sense. You want to have that so you don't have to deal with any of the annoying raids early on. You probably... I mean, actually, to be honest, this town center for Garnath is looking really nice. And same too for 3DB over on this side. You drop this town center, you get this back hunt, and you live the dream. Now we got pickaxe and hand axe, so it's full eco send from 3DB to start this off. Not only that, all of those turkeys are ready to get eaten on the livestock pen. I wouldn't be surprised to see him get a very early husbandry here as well. As over onto this side, the Commission Spy does get spotted. Garnath going to be beating that one back. Relics on the map. We do have adamantine shingles to boost up the houses. Little cheeky warrior priest running into the main base over here looking for little bits of pressure. We've also got the scales of a Catoblopass there. And the Eye of Ornlu at the top. So some nice relics, but nothing too crazy big. As the Sensen Todochtin comes through. But that one there just takes a couple of bit bashes. And of course the warrior priest will have to get out of here. We also have up onto this top side the Agave Bloom coming in. We do have the rabbit charging through to try and get a little bit of damage as Garnath gets a couple of smacks up onto the rabbit, but it's going to try and pull itself down, out, and be alive here. We'll see how things are going to go where that's concerned. As now, it is market time, and a very simple heroic age has to be the idea here for B. This just is the play that we're seeing. It's very, very strong in this mirror. If you don't have a really nice second town center, it's probably the play. As we do have now the Agave Bloom drop from 3DB, and he's going to be heading to the next age. Mark it up, and well, B does actually have a little bit of a tempo advantage here, which is a little strange. This is a little strange because generally speaking, the Huitzilopochtli will be slightly in front just because of things like temple being cheaper, you get the resources back, and a couple of other things, but we'll see what Garnath is going to be able to do. As the Agave Bloom getting eaten slowly, and it will be Hoyle Xiaokui actually from 3DB, which is not what I expected in the slightest. So this is going to be Sitsa Middles for 3DB. And on the flip side, Garnath is opting in for its Papalotl. So both of these players are opting into a very, very different heroic age god choice than I would have expected in this matchup. For those of you wondering, this is the general god you see most of the time. Coatlicue. You get that god, you get Earth Monster, you get yourself the stronger Eagle Warriors as well. I think you do get some stronger Eagle Warriors here as well inside of Obsidian Napping. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But still, this is an interesting choice from both players. As the Cody Warriors are going to slowly start coming out. B gets pushed back by the Garnath Warrior Priests for the time being. And in come the Titsa Middles for 3DB, as the Eagle Warriors will now slowly start to come through as well. And Now the It's Papalotl is almost in. We've also got the towers coming through from Garnath just to make sure that he doesn't take too much immediate damage here. I wouldn't be surprised if 3DB just walks into this main base and drops that Starfall down. I think that's what he's looking for. So there's the Heroic Age for Garnath. And his Obsidian Butterfly is in. This technology here, the Wings of Its Papalotl, is definitely something to think about grabbing very, very quickly. Because it boosts up the damage so much, the speed so much, and then it can be a very, very nice thing to use against the Eagle Warriors. Unless Noble's Hut on the back here. Slowly starting to get taken out as the Warrior Priests dive in here. The Bunny Rabbit for Garnath has grown up. He's now got an extra pair of bunnies there, I guess, as the Warrior Priest slowly getting sniped down by Garnath. Great control with that Obsidian Butterfly, and Garnath, well, he is looking like he's in somewhat control here. As you can't really turn around and deal with the Butterfly. And he gets a punch off onto it, and then he tries to run away. But there he goes down, and, well, a scary amount of units to come through here, as well as now the Warrior Priest is in yet again, and Garnath will say, no worries, let me get out of here. Now Wings of Papalotl, or sorry, Wings of Its Papalotl to come through. Or Eagle Warriors. And this just makes a lot of sense to me as the kind of the unit comp, so to speak, of like mixing and matching myth unit, human unit, hero type stuff. But Obsidian Butterfly plus Eagle Warrior, that's a tough mix to deal with. Meanwhile, main base for 3DB still very much playing defense there, as the Obsidian Butterfly will get that blood pact onto it, but 3DB says, I don't want any of it. Let me get away, as the Warrior Priest can turn around, bash a couple of times. They do move at 7.5 speed there, but once the Obsidian Butterfly gets out, once the Tailwind does finish, well, the Butterfly coming through, great split from B, actually dodges all of the damage there, and that is an amazing option from B. There goes the oh my damage there from, I can't remember what this is called, the Purge. Lots of units for B do manage to come out of that, but that was not what B wanted to have happen there. He got caught between the cliff and everything else. A little bit late to react, but he does get a decent amount of units still out. It's 1.5k to 1.9k, and there's still Starfall remaining. So while Garnath looks in front here, you got to add 2 Tsitsimiddles and basically a God Power there as well, as the Tjipla charging in, charging past here, as these Eagle Warriors are going to pull back into the Agave Bloom, get healed back up, and once this Tjipla goes down, I'm sure that the Starfall will get dropped down. Butterfly looking to try and get in onto this position as well. And there goes the Starfall, as only one Warrior Priest is remaining. And 2 Tsitsimiddles will be popping in, as the units will pull out of here for the time being, but another Warrior Priest to go down. And now, I mean, it looks pretty much dead equal at this point, but Garnath still in front on score for some reason. Not sure why. As the Obsidian Butterflies charging around, these Tsitsimiddles are an amazing answer to the Obsidian Butterflies because they have a stun. As yet again, charging after these Eagle Warriors. Some sort of a split here is going to be really important. Does get a tiny bit of a split off, but the Tsitsimiddle in over there. There's that stun coming in. Some huge damages. Garnath trying to dodge around. No special ability available in that one, as this Obsidian Butterfly comes through as well. The Tjipla tries to get converted in, but B, too good on the control. And Garnath gets pushed back again. Ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at what a real RTS pro has got in the way of control here. This is some 3DB shenanigans. The only thing missing here from B that I really love, and actually from Garnath as well, that I'd love for them to have, and now we see the armory, is ballistics. Ballistics is very, very good. Yes, if the Tishipler dies, I think the resources come back. It's the same thing as... actually, I don't know. I don't know. I think they do. But nonetheless, in B comes. He's looking for any opportunity here to push off of gold. And he's looking like he's got all the advantage in the world. And I'm not sure Garnath has got much left. This is how the mirror matchups will end up working 9 times out of 10. But once misstep from that Obsidian against that Obsidian Butterfly, and it can be lights out there. But B, he is not misstepping on this day. Back into the main base. Couple more villagers getting sacrificed here as Garnath has got a lot of favor in the bank, but no gold. Of course, he puts everyone onto wood here. And I think, as you see the spread formation from B, the only real option here, as the villagers getting spread, he does get a huge amount of damage off. That's a great raid back from Garnath. I was going to say the only way back into this game is going to be with these Obsidian Butterflies, and B drops a very large amount of villagers here as he's going to sit on this gold mine. Of course, the simple solution to the Obsidian Butterfly is wall and a wall and a wall, and he would be fine, but has not set that up just yet. And of course, I don't think Garnath even really needs gold for a little bit. He overcooked it on his actual macro. He's now in onto this position. Good control from Garnath, better control from B. Has the ballistics come through yet? Nope. Still no ballistics. The reason why you need ballistics is because if the units are running and you're in range and you throw and they keep running, then your arrows will miss them. So you need ballistics to track that running. Obsidian Butterfly coming in to send the Eagle Warrior packing. There's more Warrior Priests on the way. And I like the idea of just including a whole bunch more Tits and Middles, because one of the big problems is the Obsidian Butterflies getting in and just getting that damage off. So if you get the Tits and Middles in to just stun those Obsidian Butterflies, then surely that's the simple solution to dealing with this. Now Garnath can move back onto the gold mine. But he is moving forward to his death to some degree. As the Tits and Middle comes in, that's going to get sniped. Nice play there from Garnath as B on the back. Now does have a healthy amount of Warrior Priests. With good control, I'm not sure it's really going to matter. Still no walls on this top gold mine for B. Why are we not seeing Coyote Warriors? It's because instead of Coyote Warriors, we're seeing Obsidian Butterflies and Tits and Middles. So either or. I think it's both valid. Now we'll have Garnath trying to drop some walls up onto this side, as now the Obsidian Napping will come through. And that gives an extra 15% bonus damage over to the Garnath Eagle Warrior Force. That being said, I'm sure we're going to see heavy coming through. And that is exactly the case here. Oh no, that's not heavy. That's ballistics, and that's flint weapons. Then onto this position, the butterflies charge straight in, and they say g'day to the Warrior Priest, but they have no special now. They just completely spin on that. There is one Obsidian Butterfly here with a special, but it's not going to be able to get that. You have to run right into the middle, past it, as we've got a great temple coming up into the middle. B trying to not show that off. The shoot and scoot looking fantastic, but this next special ability has to be coming up shortly, as in comes the Garnath Obsidian Butterflies. Gets one special off, not able to do it. The control just out of this world from B. A couple more villagers getting taken out. As I don't know why they're on the front, but now obsidian butterflies up to the top. The walls are slowly coming down over here, but there's still an entrance in onto this gold mine and also over onto this wood line to boot. But B does spot it. Warrior Priest's going to come out and try and defend. Love to see a wall just get slapped over here as we've got another obsidian butterfly coming in with the Blood Pact. And he's trying to get something in. He does manage to catch out quite a few of those Eagle Warriors with it. But is this going to be enough? I don't think so. How much damage? It only got 800 damage with that special. And all of the Eagle Warriors of Garnath are going to be dying. Up onto this side, however, the Obsidian Butterfly is getting some decent damage onto the villagers of B. There's another Obsidian Butterfly ending up going down. More Obsidian Butterflies coming through from Garnath. But this is not looking good for Garnath at all. Garnath makes a bit of a run. He's going to try and come up onto this gold mine and say, I'm just joking. I'm not over here. Villagers getting picked off. Great temple in the middle of the map as well. I would love... Oh, he's going for the July.GMT stone. So maybe some cheap technologies from the Great Temple, and most importantly, going into the Taunton Smasher to literally just say, the game is mine here. All he has to do, get those Taunton Smashers out, right-click, smash on the Sompantli Towers, and get in here and take out the Garnath Town Center. Garnath also sneaking over onto the left side. Villagers coming back onto this gold mine for the time being. That does get spotted. We will have the Eagle Warriors just scouting, checking, making sure everything is copacetic here. In fact, hang on. Did he not even... He didn't actually grab any gold. I'm not sure if you see the tiles on the ground or not. If you didn't scout it first. I don't know what B's perspective would look like there. But into the middle, town center coming up. Surely a Taunton Smashes here, no? The techs are so cheap with that July.GMT stone. And then how do you defend against them if you're only going Eagle Warrior Butterfly? One obsidian. The damage from this one Obsidian Butterfly. One mismovement there from B. But luckily he has all that HP regen, so it's not over for him. This Obsidian Butterflies searching. There are some villagers over here. It's scary to be a villager in this mirror. Very, very scary. And while B has quite the advantage at the moment, he is yet to fully solidify it. If B gets walls up everywhere, I would say that it's very tough for the Obsidian Butterfly to get a whole lot done here. But he's only got these ones up for the time being. A little bit more walling, and he's going to be in a good spot. Town Center coming through for Garnath. Still no Taunton Smashes. I'm confused on that one. But the village differential is basically equal. Second Town Center now coming up for Garnath, so he's going to be able to stay competitive here. Also, I'm not sure what the villagers' sacrifice rate is here. This is down to +8, so I think that's something like 6 or 7 villagers sacrificed total. And for B, he hasn't sacrificed a single one. So Garnath is getting some passive favor, a pretty decent amount of passive favor going in this game. Which does mean that Garnath, even though he's behind by a couple of villagers, he is actually getting... He's kind of close here. As the Warrior Priests come through. Some good damage to come in onto the Obsidian Butterflies from them as they will fly out. Meanwhile, 2 Obsidian Butterflies sneak through. B not paying attention on this one. And man, that's brutal. That is so brutal. There's still an advantage for B, but this is how Garnath pulls this game back. This is how Garnath pulls this game back. Without question. I already said it once. These walls needed to be up. It would have been worth it to just pull 15 villages and just get all the walls finished. But now, B is down 10 villages. And Garnath, he is on 2 TCs. He has his gold mine secured. He has a pretty healthy army. He's going to be able to catch up here. There is no survival equipment as well from B, which is a pretty must-grab technology when you're playing against units like the Raiju, like the Obsidian Butterfly, etc., etc. It's great control from B yet again. He's just trying to take these out. Butterfly's up to the top side of the map now, though. And there is no way through for him. So it's almost safe for B. In come the Obsidian Butterflies as he is searching for some damage, but look at all of these Obsidian Butterflies coming in onto the backside, coming in onto the front side as Garnath gets an amazing engagement here. So much damage from Garnath as Greedy B will get his shoot and scoot out of here. He's got a couple of heroes, but is this going to be enough? Now a second temple in for B. I said it once, I'll say it a million times. Sits in middle here. 4B would have been a very, very important unit. As the warrior priests get pulled back, some good damage dealt from Garnath, and Garnath takes the lead in this game. You need those Tsitsa middles, like without question, because they stun the butterfly. So if the butterfly charges against the Tsitsa middle, it's going to get stunned, and then, well, you lose quite a bit of stuff there. As now the Atontan Smash is going to come through. Nice little front line for Garnath as the Tajipla hero does get converted in, but immediately targeted down. B wants to fight. He wants to do something here. One more warrior priest getting sniped as the Eagle Warrior Micro from Garnath is looking very, very strong. You have to remember, he does have the worst Eagle Warriors. He's at heavy, but he's got more HP. They got more range. These ones do have more damage, but more range is always worth more than more damage. Garrison Micro coming in as the villagers over here trying to bail. They do get away from that. Warrior Priest on the front here, tanking up, getting some good damage done. Tajipla coming through for Garnath as well as the Warrior Priest comes out, goes down. No micro from B at the moment. He needs to shoot and scoop, but he's feeling like he can take this fight as in comes the Tajipla on this side, and Garnath throws his entire army on this attack. Meanwhile, over onto this side, villagers do get spotted. This is a 22 HP Obsidian Butterfly. Great awareness from B. Almost lost all of those villagers as well. Another Obsidian Butterfly, though, is on the hunt. Another Obsidian Butterfly on the hunt. As the walls. Now that's what I'm talking about. That's a wall. That's how you get your wall up. Every villager tasked immediately. And that wall is now complete. And the Obsidian Butterfly menace has been tamed for the moment. Now, problem for B is he's got 0 villagers on food, so he's not training villagers anymore. Problem for Garnath, there's not really a massive problem for Garnath other than if B can continue along in this game and get himself to 100 villagers and get himself to the Mythic Age. I have to imagine, I don't know this for certain, but +2 range on the Eagle Warrior War, maybe Garnath has to go into Jaguar Riders there. So maybe it's not as simple as I'm making it out to be. So Heroic Age and Jaguar Riders seems very important here, but Garnath's going to grab himself another town center. Of course, remember, it goes up, and then he gets some resources back. He's got the gold mine over on this side. The Eagle Warriors from B are still looking mightily powerful. The Jipla comes through, trying to take out the Obsidian Butterflies. Not the best control from Garnath there as the Atonton smashes. Will smash on the front. They do tank up so much damage there. It doesn't end up being enough as the villagers on the top now going down and some revenge fire to come through as another Obsidian Butterfly coming through as the Blood Pact gets dropped. Comes into the middle here, trying to get the special. It does get a tiny bit of damage, but not before it does end up falling. The rest of these Garnath Eagle Warriors will end up going down. He charges at them onto the bottom side, charges them onto the top side. In comes the Calpulli with the livestock, Ben. Oh, the farm's starting to come up. Igor is just going to pull back in onto this side. The gauge is pre-queued from Garnath. He knows he needs it. He absolutely knows he needs this Mythic Age. At B, I think he's quite a ways away from it. Upgrades to come through. Didn't get himself his farm tech either. So no free food and no bonus food income either. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chinampus to come through. And I think Garnath is going to get to the Mythic Age here before B. Because B's kind of just refusing to build... no, never mind. He's now got some. About to say refusing to build Atonton Smashes, but no. Heavy Great Temple Soldiers is the upgrade of choice. So B probably is going to be able to break through this. But the question is, will he be able to deal with a Tlaloc or a Pillar of Tlaloc? I don't think Garnath is going to be able to hold this one, especially not without any myth units anymore. 3 Atonton Smashes. It's not really a crazy amount, but he is ready to charge forward. Atonton Smashes in. We will see the Witzlapochli Tijipla coming through as the Atonton Smashes in onto the front for some tankage. Villagers coming into garrison. In there as B says it is full send. The Obsidian Butterflies charging around the top, trying to stay out of line of sight. Town center falls as the Atonton Smashers will now go after the Great Temple. Another Obsidian Butterfly is in as the Eagle Warriors pulling back for the time being, trying to stay out of range of that special. Not able to do so. One special comes off. Some decent damage in, but there's still a huge amount of units for B. But Garnath, he's still got his Mythic Age on the way. Eagle Warriors down. Villagers up here getting pushed back onto the bottom side though. One Atonton Smasher breaks through the walls, which means the Obsidian Butterflies can now start raiding again. Warrior Priests needing to take out those Obsidian Butterflies as the Eagle Warriors shoot and scoot micro, and B is somewhat back in control, but for how long? The big problem has to be the Jaguar Riders are going to be coming. So do you stay Heroic Age and go into Kiluminati Spearman here? Or what? Ocelotl Warrior to come in to try and deal a little bit easier with the Taunton Smashes. But a big pushback from B as now the Pillar of Tlalcan does come in. I think, I could be wrong on how this interaction is, because I don't know. I haven't played the matchup enough, but I'm pretty sure Taunton Smashes can just get brought over and take that out. But we might see Garnath just say, let's just ignore this, as the Tlalocuse comes through and all of those technologies inside of the Calpuli become incredibly cheap. Not only that, they also give a decent amount of bonus gold. Onto the top side, the Ahuzotl does come through. Now it's looking for villager raids, taking out those on the back. There's the Pillar of Tlalcan. Does end up going down. Town Center getting sieged. This has crush damage, but it doesn't do any crush damage. Just ignore the fact that it sounds like it's got crush damage there. But I guess the big problem for Garnath is he doesn't have any gold income. He's got 100 villagers, but 0 gold income. Now, I guess the good thing for Garnath is he can probably just continue to build Ahuzotl, and that can be enough of a front line. But he definitely needs a gold mine, and he definitely needs to be thinking about Jaguar Riders here, for sure. There's one great temple. No upgrades on them, though. The Taunton Smashes to come through. We will see Feast of Sustenance now on the way for 3DB as well. It's an interesting tech. Basically, you just grab your Calpuli and then you right-click on, or your food Calpuli, livestock pen, and then you just right-click on the temple, and then you get a big boost of economy every single time you drop off a herdable. So those obsidian butterflies charging forward, still causing so many problems here. Champion Eagle Warriors is in as B tries the garrison shenanigans. In comes, though, the obsidian butterflies. Is there enough stuff here for B? Is there enough stuff here for Garnath? Garnath not having it just yet. He does manage to get his great temple up, though, onto another gold mine so he can rebuild his army. That's incredibly important there. We're also seeing some Sean ones now in the mix from Garnath. I'm not exactly sure why that's the case. Of course, the Sean wants to deal with the Taunton Smasher, but why not just into Jaguar Riders here? Onto this side. Heavy Sean ones against Heavy Sean ones, it seems. But B, he can now look to take out this position. Unfortunately for B, he's missed this. And in comes the new fire ceremony, and this is where things get a little bit scary. I don't know where is. There it is. Favor just skyrockets. I wouldn't mind him actually dropping the berries on the front here. That sort of makes sense. There's so much favor in for B, and he's going to go into the bunny rabbits. The Heroic Age bunny rabbits, because why not? Mass bunny rabbits. Will they do anything is the question. I mean, there's not much left for Garnath. And kind of trying to get himself out some units to do something with as the Ahuzotl coming over onto this side. Pick up all of those Sean ones. As that Tajipla chases them around, it will end up dying to the tower, I think, if the tower can ever decide it wants to actually hit it. There it goes. Sensen Totochitin come through. He's got 400 favor in the bank. Are you kidding me? I mean, he's going to be able to get his villagers back up as well. He's got plenty of god powers he can drop here to boot. I mean, surely these guys are just enjoying the game at the moment. The Sensen. Oof. You have to make sure you're focusing down the warrior priest, though, because if you don't, well, then those rabbits are not very happy. In B comes, trying to take out that back line, as in comes the Tajipla. And that's going to potentially take out these rabbits very, very quickly. He's just got so many rabbits. On onto this side, though, the smashers smashing through here. Like, seriously, I don't understand what this rabbit idea was, but he wanted to go for it. Town center back up for Garnath on the top. He's got himself double gold mines to play with. He's at close to full population. Incredibly close game here, ladies and gentlemen. It's the rabbits still just getting torched by that Tajipla. Just target it down. It dies so quickly to this amount of Eagle War. I'm pretty sure you just 3-hit it or 2-hit it. And then your bunny rabbits can just destroy everything. We're still seeing more. And now we've got the Coyote Warriors. Coyote Warriors are finally coming in. Up to the top here, though. B sees the gold mine, says, let's go after that. Gold situation is about to expire here for B, which is the big problem. He will go into a market shortly. Or he can try and just claim this top gold mine. Up onto the top here, the bunnies will simply just stay away. Keep me away from the warrior priest. He said, no, he says, let's turn and take the fight. I mean, he might be able to win this. I don't know. There's a lot of dudes there. Is the Coyote Warriors chilling? Of course, there is an option of Tailwind here, which can put those Coyote Warriors up to crazy amounts of speed. As more Ahuzotl to come through. On the back there comes a warrior priest. Tajipla coming through. In he comes. Gotta just focus him down. I say this all the time, but he really doesn't have that much HP. Into spread formation. Bunny rabbits trying to stay away. Going in, tanking up against that back line. Can B win this fight? Remember, he's about to be out of gold. These sorts of fights aren't good for B here. No Tajipla either for B. He does have himself potential to drop the Agave Bloom here. But still not going for that. Finally, Tlaloc in and on the way. What a crazy game we are currently witnessing. No gold, well, one gold mine left for B. The trade route now started as the Poctacatl caravans are going to be on their way. Garnath now taking his advantage. Takes his opportunity to charge in here. The front line of Sean Ones is looking really powerful with those Ahuzotl there as well to tank up. You have a Tajipla coming through for the lightning storms, but immediately the Ahuzotl just run. No problems. There's more bunny rabbits on the way. B goes, I just need units here. But of course, the big problem for Garnath coming is a problem that he also needs to resolve, which he needs a trade route. And he does start it. It's up the top of the map, though. In onto this position comes the B army. He can just drop the Pillar of Tlalocan on this Great Temple, which is what he's going to be wanting. But the Heavy Jaguar Riders are now in. Yet again, a very scary thing here. There's also still a big sacrifice available for both players. Both players can get their Incarnate from the Great Temple, as well as sacrificing some units for some more Myth units. to the top. The Awazotl coming in. Gets a little bit of a raid. Tlaloc now in. As the bunny rabbits say, get out of here. Market in the top corner for Garnath. A little bit dangerous of a market placement, but we'll see how that's going to go. Now, of course, B has not grabbed this yet, but he could grab this for a little stipend of gold. Even if you've already got all the text, you still get the gold income. It's important to pick that up regardless, because he needs gold right now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Garnath says, time for my own new fire ceremony. I mean, he's already done huge sacrifices, so he's not going to get much for it. Meanwhile, behind this, 4 jars. Advanced fortifications from B. And the Ayototchli to come around onto this side. Do we see the units in? No, we don't. There are 4, 5 warrior priests in at the moment. So an incarnate could be coming through any time here. But B just doesn't have anything. He has ran out of steam. He's got the bunny rabbits, but that's not going to do anything versus the arrival of the gods. And in that comes the Huitzilopochtli incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Garnath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now, finally. There is the Ayototchli, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atonzin smashes will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Garnath. It's the trade route for B up to 39. The gold for Garnath now expiring. Do have the Awazotl coming in to try and make that trade route a little bit less fun. One-hitting the caravans is kind of insane, no? Lots and lots of warrior priests in queue as back into the center of the map come the army with those Atonzin smashes now. Meanwhile, we'll also see the pillar of Tlalocan from Garnath, the second one. So much favor there from his new fire ceremony. The big question is going to be, can B pull this back? He's got himself a lot of gold now because he's got a town center over here he can also drop, but not having the wood just yet, nor the population to really make use of it is a bit of an issue. But Garnath is the one actually in trouble now because he doesn't have a trade route really set up. His trade route is not here in the slightest. He's making Jaguar riders. Of course, B's got to be careful. That billet of Tlalocan is not for the faint of heart. These units are getting bonked. We're just getting sent packing, but B overextends without question here. He needs to get himself either the Kiluminati, the ranged siege units, or some Atonzin smashes in to actually deal with this pillar of Tlalocan. Now the Kiluminati is in. It's a tiny bit of damage onto this gargantuan statue. And even if the town center goes the wayside of Garnath, it's not the end of the world here, I think. More units flooding in from B. He's got all of the military advantage. The gold situation for Garnath is not looking good. He's got 2 Poctacatl caravans. That is not enough. The bunnies are back in queue, ladies and gentlemen. No warrior priests or towers or anything to claim all of that. As the settlement going to go down with the Pillar of Talocan as well. And Garnath is out of steam here, ladies and gentlemen. You might ask, why the bunnies? Now just look at them. How could you say you don't want this 2 population, 100 food tank of a unit? 601 HP at Veterancy 2, at Veterancy 1. Veterancy 0, 481 HP. Just get stronger. Of course you want that. Now town centers have to be coming down for B here. He's going to charge up to the top and see what he can do next. Town center in the middle. Coming through is this one heavy Jaguar rider. Just playing some distraction action. Getting a lot of value for its life here just on the distraction, but Garnath doesn't have any income anymore. Top side of the map, Great Temple claiming this corner. There is still this corner over here that's perfectly fine. And in fact, there is an opening here for a market right in this corner. It's not a problem for Garnath to go into that. It's the heavy Jaguar riders coming up, going to try and stop this this Great Temple for the moment. And now B can go up to 4 town centers, so the Awazotl comes in. He doesn't have any real AoE attack, right? So this town center will be ending up finishing. Especially with the warrior priest charging after him. Well, now the market up on the top has been cancelled. 180 pop. Garnath has gotten himself somewhat of an army together. But the problem is, it's now 264 population for B. And Garnath has got a lot of catching up to do here. B says, I'm happy to take this fight. Let's go. Full bunny rabbits. Of course, the bunny rabbits are going to have a lot of issues versus that Djipla. I do think if it was just targeted down, the bunny rabbits would be completely fine here, but it's almost like B chooses to ignore it more so, and it works out for him in a big way as the entirety of Garnath's army does disintegrate, and that there is game 1. A 51-minute slog for game 1, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, if you don't like this, you don't like Age of Mythology. What can I say? These guys put on a show. These guys put on a show. This one was so back and forth. What a game. What a game. I don't even have any... I got no comments other than this is Age of Mythology. You're watching it. You're experiencing it right now. What an amazing game. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to play for game 2. All right, next one is Blue Lagoon. And it looks like we're going to have another very interesting matchup. Noir and Frere next. Why is this one interesting, you ask? Well, it just is. There's no lightning weapons. There's no lightning weapons for the Chinese, so that means Gulumbursy is on the menu. But there is a vanish to get away from it, so that means you're not going to take a huge amount of damage from it. Frere. Okay, I'll just walk you through my game plan here, because I think that that's the only thing that I can really say. So Frere wants, first and foremost, to get to a hill fort. And it doesn't really matter where it is. So my contention is, and I don't think anyone else agrees with me on this, because I haven't seen anyone else doing this, but my contention is versus China, just put the Asgardian Bastion down immediately inside of your base next to your town center. Probably on the gold mine side is fine. Because that way you're going to be able to go straight into Huskal. And that also means you can go Huskal, throw an Axeman, which means you don't need as much food. And therefore you don't need to leave your base if you get attacked. And then you can start looking for trades and your favor will build up in order for you to get the second Asgardian hill fort. Once you get the second one, now we look for the second gold mine. Alternatively, you go into a whole bunch of Draugr there as well, which also cost wood. So you can put a ton of villages on wood where that's concerned. And if you get a nice map, you don't even need the second Asgardian hill fort. You can just go for a town center and that gives you Gulumbursy. On the flip side, the Nuwa second town center or one town center all in, both are very, very exciting. Both are very, very exciting. I guess while we're waiting, I saw a comment in chat, so I'll just touch on it. This is, for those of you who are just tuning in, trying to figure out what's going on, you are currently watching the Gameathlon Athens LAN qualifiers. This is playoff 2. We're looking for 5 people to take to Athens. We've already got, we're looking for 4 more people to take to Athens. We've already locked in 4. So there's going to be 8 people. There's going to be 8 people in Athens. That's the thing. This is an event that is sponsored by World's Edge and supported by the Gameathlon. I don't even know what it's called at this point. It's called Gameathlon, like gaming convention, I guess, in Athens, Greece. So these players, whoever manages to get through, will be seen in Athens, Greece. 8 people, 8 Age Mythology top players, all going to Greece. Yes. No, you can, Jung, you can do the predictions. Pay them out and then do the next game. Run them per game. Yes, please. Alrighty. So I've talked about the matchup enough. We've already seen kind of fireworks with these two. Of course, they sort of know each other's style to some degree, so that's why you get the crazy games. But, man, these guys are delivering. That one game, absolutely delivering. All right. Let's jump into Blue Lagoon for game number 2 and see if 3DB can make it 2-0 or if Garnath will strike back. Let's jump into Blue Lagoon. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, to the next game on the left-hand corner of the map. 3DB playing as Noir. In the right-hand corner of the map, Garnath playing as Frere. So yes, it is Blue Lagoon. We've got ourselves a fairly nice defensive map here for Garnath, actually. So this is going to be really nice. You've got a talent center you can grab, which you can wall up, and you can get this back gold mine, grab this hunt. So he's going to be okay here 9 times out of 10. 9 times out of 10, he's going to be okay. Let's check out the relics in the middle. We've got the adamantine shingles. Hit points plus 200%. Over onto this one, we have the jade hair, which is movement speed plus 5% there for myth units. Into the middle of the map, there's the Pandora's box, which is minus 15% for the myth units. And finally, the Oseberg wagon, which is movement speed plus 10% there for the caravans. So, already, B, smart, silo next to a straggler tree. You want the silo next to something. Generally not a well, I mean, generally a forest, but if it's a straggler tree, it's not the end of the world because you can just drop a silo down a little bit later. And B is going to be getting himself his Kwafu Chieftain, and I imagine, considering he grabbed 100 gold here first, he's going to go for another Kwafu when he gets that favor. Now I also think he needs to chop all that wood, right? Because, well, at least he needs 50 of the wood to get a silo in. But anyways, one more villager and then into the Kwafu for a pretty strong economy, it would look like. Nope, he misses the Kwafu, unfortunately. Cancels the villager. The one thing that I see Soup doing this a little bit, is Soup will turn off auto queue on the villager when he's approaching 8 favor, and then he'll turn on auto queue for the Kwafu. And that'll get him guaranteed that unit if the favor's not quite in time. That's the whoop. Pioneer playing with fire, dodging arrows. The guys in the town center, they've been spending too much time in the tavern, aren't able to connect. We will be seeing Jean-Nu for B. Now, this is, of course, the right play because you need Vanish. Okay, there's 2 options. Like, if you play China versus Frere, 2 options. Either you're going to use lightning weapons as an answer for Gulin Bursty, or you don't have access to Chi Yao, you have to use Vanish as the answer for Gulin Bursty. Alrighty. Meanwhile, Garnath has himself his cheeky little relic. Gonna bring that one back in, drop it into the temple. Jean-Nu comes through for B, and Garnath hitting that Ulla. We'll see if Garnath is in the same thought as I am in this matchup or not. Pass forward, adamantine shingles right in here, as it looks like B is trying to come through to grab this for himself. Oop. Grabs the relic. Don't want to stay too. He just says little love tap. You don't want to stay too close to the berserk because you don't know when the classical age is going to hit. And the damage is pretty big. Longhouse coming in for Garnath, and in does come the Asgardian Hill Fort. Now this, of course, this Asgardian Hill Fort can be very, very good. But if the Noir is charging forward, which they probably should be, then it can get denied. And if it gets denied, you lose the game. Now, luckily for Garnath, B is going to TC. So it's going to be a bit of a boom off. So now 3DB can start looking for a little something something. Of course, behind this, Garnath can now grab this town center too. He might be a little bit behind the 8 ball on the villager diff, but doesn't really matter. So long as you sort of get the timings right, you're good to go. So a town center getting dropped basically as soon as this finishes. He's not going to be too far behind, and it should be quite good for him moving forward. Valgaldir coming in, survival equipment coming in for Garnath. It's up onto the top there, they're chilling. Says g'day before running away. And town center for Garnath now on the way himself. Alrighty. So no way to stop that as the chillin can come through and try and burn the berserks, but or get a little bit of damage onto the settlement, but there's no way to stop this one. And here's the problem for B in playing the way that he's going for here. Garnath will be able to get a heroic age in, and will be able to get a Tempest with Gullen Burst in. Of course, Vanish is a nice counter to that, but as soon as Garnath gets this, and then he can start looking to grab this, if you're not going to exert any pressure onto the map, I don't know where you're going to start finding the advantage in this matchup. Nonetheless, rush all in, and it looks like B, he is going to be playing for an infantry army, but not building any first, not going for any map control first. He'll have himself Fey Beast, which can catch a Norse player out pretty big. It's a very important god path, actually. You don't have access to rush all versus Norse can start getting very, very tricky. The machine workshop coming up. Is that out of range? Aw. Wait, is it? No, it's not. It's in range. B is going to just start expanding out everywhere. We do have... Ah, it's the Mountainous Might thing. Okay. I have seen this before. This is something that Jungoth has been attempting quite a bit recently himself. And... he is going to be wandering forward and trying to set up shop, utilizing those Kwafu to hold a position. Does make sense. You get survival equipment.
Sure enough.
You can have a look. You get survival equipment, you get Mountainous Might. It's extra 50% damage, and the survival equipment is an extra 50% damage as well. So you get a little bit of both worlds. In comes the berserks. Walls going up all over the place for Garnath as he's like, I'm going to just take the entirety of the map here. Does B have everything he needs to have here is the big question. One Kwafu in. The Bayou, that can dive in and take out one of those Draugr very quickly. Eventually also the other Draugr as the villagers are going to turn around and start saying, hey, I want in as well. Now, they don't get any bonus from that Mountainous Might, but they do have healing from the chillin for the moment as there goes the Fey Beasts. And, well, Garnath is going to lose a lot of units as the Herser turn around. Does manage to get out of here, but that Fey Beast going down for that much value, that's a feels good there. That's a feels good there for Garnath, you'd have to say. More houses coming up for B. As the Dow Swordsmen are looking very scary here. Dow plus Myth unit sounds, or even just Dow plus Kwafu sounds like a scary thing for Garnath to deal with. And Garnath, he's not close to the heroic age here. B is just literally forward marching through Garnath at the moment. the shoot and scoot micro still on the way, and Kiluminati does get called down to try and actually take out something as the Baihu goes. And the rest of these units will probably be able to pull themselves out of here, as 3DB does have the speed walking techers. Basically, if you ever retreat and you have reinforcements coming, you can just select all your units as they run away, and they will move faster away from that position. Imperial Academy up for B as well, and he does have a fairly commanding position at the moment. Especially because there's still Vanish. Now he has Vanish for Tempest as well. Whereas normally you probably have to drop it for a Kiluminati, or you have to drop it for, I guess, both Kiluminati and Tempest. But anyways, he's got it for Tempest, so that's got to be feeling good. Hang on to this side. Zebra going to be finished. Zebra finished up to the top. Lots of gold in the bank for Garnath. He is kind of struggling in this classical age to get to the heroic age. There's more upgrades in now for B. He has himself that one divine damage. In comes bronze armor. Reincarnation also coming in. One of my favorite technologies here as the Chinese. You get so much extra income. And it just allows you to feel safe with doing things like charging in after a town center. Into the backside, though, the Huskar are in. A little bit scary here as the Dow do get flipped around. Great control onto the backside now. The throw and action. They are getting focused down. Huskar trying to dive in and around this town center, but just not working out for him as B is just in full send mode. Unfortunately, the reincarnation didn't finish up before that fight. So there isn't a huge amount of bonus reinforcements that should have been coming for B, but he's still got a pretty heavy military advantage here. There's more units to come in. There's this one Draugr looking very, very scary. Lots of favor in the bank for Garnath now as he can continue making himself those Draugr, but he doesn't have the upgrade. There's no Revenant Draugr in, so he should be thinking about taking that. As B just continues to spread his favored land. And he's going to get so much bonus. Look at that spread of favored land. Absolutely insane. Don Axeman getting taken out. We've got another Draugr on the way here, as well as the Jingxia comes in. It's going to start getting some damage over here as well. More Dow Swordsmen on the way. Sage coming through, going to be taken out. I don't like this position for Garnath at all. B is just in a dominating spot. Garnath just can't get to the heroic age, and that's where he unlocks a lot of his power. And I think B has just caught him out here in a big way. The Chillin upgrade also coming in. Chillin's Blessing. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Mythic Age coming through soon as well from B. He's got so many resources in the bank. No food income. There's still some goats in the main base, but no farms up. No nothing. Just random goats here. No ballet, though, for B. Wouldn't mind seeing B wander forward and drop the ballet on the front here, but not happening just yet. That's another town center to come up. He should have... Oh, he's missed his house over here. Oh, no, that's a silo. Well, I don't know why he doesn't have 190 pop, but he is missing 10 population for some reason. But it doesn't matter because Garnath taps out and 3DB runs to a... I was about to say a quick 2-0, but we've been going for over an hour. So a hard-fought 2-0 at the moment. Unfortunately for Garnath, he couldn't make his Frere work here. I feel like he had a good position in this game, but all of a sudden, he went for this big attack where generally I think you want to be sitting back with Frere and just trying to get yourself to the heroic age. If you get to the heroic age off of 2 TCs, then the game opens up for you because you can catch up, you get the heavy in, you get everything you need, you're feeling great about yourself. But yeah, in this game, B too strong. So a win for Nuwa as B is now up 2-0. Let's jump back into the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. Alrighty then. It is step for game 3. Potentially the last one, as B is on game points. And we are going to be seeing a classic matchup. We've seen this quite a bit, actually. Fushi versus Tsukiyomi. Fushi versus Tsukiyomi. Alrighty. Huge shout out to all the YouTubers out there. Any Egyptian today, you can see the picks here. 3DB did pick Ra, so we might see a Ra game if Garnath can fight back and get a win here. But Garnath needs to get a win for another chance for your Egyptian to be picked. Then again, looking at the Garnath god pool, I probably wouldn't want to pick Ra against any of those 3 gods. So I'm not sure about the Ra here in the slightest. Guys, I need to run straight to the toilet. I'll be right back. Don't you guys go nowhere. We'll be back momentarily with game number 3. All right, guys, it is time for game number 3 here. We've got some Fushi, we've got some Tsukiyomi action on the map Step. Everyone's favorite open map for full classical aggression and all the other good stuff that comes from this one. Let's jump into it. Let's not dilly-dally. It's time for Potentially one last game between 3D boys, or maybe Garnath is going to strike back. Let's jump into step. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Fushi, it is 3DB. Well, it's been 3DB, and it's still 3DB. We've got Garnath on the right-hand corner of the map. Tsukiyomi fighting for his... not his life, but fighting for his life this week, playing Age Mythology in the tournament circuit. He will be back in week 3 with playoff 3 as well, if he ends up losing here. So there are 5 shots, 5 chances to get through the whole thing. That's the important part. Check out some relics. At the bottom side, we have Scales of Echidna. Huge relic here for Garnath if he wants to go for any of the Juragumon ideas, which I think can be very strong here. On the bottom side, there's the Skulls of Cercipes. Grant 6 monkeys to respawn free, 120 seconds after all are killed. And there's the Nose of the Sphinx, which is plus 15% of base there for the building hit points. And finally, at the top of the map, there is the Ring of the Nibelung, for some gold, some free gold. Alrighty. So yeah, the map is Steppe, and one of the unique parts about Steppe is that generally speaking, all these gold mines are very, very tough to secure. We do have a couple of decent ones, like a gold mine here, 1 wall. You get a town center, wander up here, 1 wall, and then you should be okay onto that sort of an idea if you really want to try and force it. It's pretty difficult to win with that one, but we'll see how things are going to go. As we will have B going through Chiyao. And Garnath on the other side. We will see what his plan is going to be momentarily. I have to imagine it's going to be Inari Okami. Ame no Uzume. My brain has stopped working. It has hit past midnight. Is not really going to be valid in this matchup, unfortunately. Too many heroes. Too much pain. But for the moment, peace on flat Earth. 15 goats for B and only 11 goats for Garnath. That's kind of wild that B managed to get that amount of goats over. Yeah, so like I said, we're not going to see Amano Uzume here because it's not very good versus Fushi. Because it's not. You don't do this versus, because he's got all right, so it's Amano Uzume, and well, maybe he's doing this to try and catch B out. I don't really know, but this is a difficult thing to make work here. Garnath's going to charge across the map. The one obvious strength that Amaterasu has inside of Solar Shield for these Kamatachi is not available to Tsukiyomi. You can Moon the temple and get them to win signals immediately, but in comes the Najat, and I do not believe there's going to be a dead villager here. Now, the good thing here is, unlike when you do this sort of an idea versus the Aztecs, which I don't recommend, versus Fushi, he doesn't get anything for killing off your for killing off your myth units. He's just like, I mean, killing off a kitsune kills off a kitsune, but now in comes the towers. And now we've got what looks to be a very turtling Garnath here. I wish I understood what his actual plan was going to be, but I do not know. Does he have enough goats? He kind of does. He could try and just go heroic age. I guess we were talking about this before, but it's kind of a meme. If you can get a heroic age off, the most resources I think you can get or the most Bushido you can get from a new moon is Guard Tower, Tenshu, and I believe Boiling Oil. Yes. So you get a huge amount of Bushido from that. It's also very scary for your opponent to charge in underneath those guard towers. For the moment, just going to be maxing up the units, and, well, now B is going to be looking at this going, I wonder what I should build. I'm just going to sit back, play defense. Halberdiers on this side doesn't want to deal with any sort of Naginata riders coming through and taking out his villagers. Now Garnath moves forward. Eat the deer on the front, and, well, the Razorwind Kamatachi comes through, and, I mean, you can say what you will about this, but he loses the Kamatachi, but he did get some damage off, and it will come back online sooner or later. How long do these things take? I don't really know. Respawning takes 0.5 seconds per cost of resources, so comes back online pretty quickly. The units do catch out the Garnath army a little bit in the middle. Tries to get a bit of a shoot and scoot in as the towers are up, so got to be careful here. Got to respect that a little bit, but there are food villages down the bottom as the front base here under attack. Of course, a new moon can be dropped onto the towers here as well. The Tenshu, crenellations, and the signal fires if he wants to. But this forward gold mine is so tough to defend. Even with the tower up, it's so tough to defend here. Back to work for the time being. Great control from Garnath, dodging those Javelineers as B continues to get the micro in. I'm going to try and take out some more units onto the back there as the Kamatachi is back, but I think he had 2 already into the tree, so losing that one, he doesn't get that back for free. Meanwhile, the Yumi Archers just happily sitting underneath the out of range here. And I think B might need to consider backing off here. Yes, he's got a gold starve. Yes, he's idling some units, but he's losing so many units on this push forward. The villagers are back to getting the gold in. I think a couple of Miko wouldn't go astray here for Garnath. If you get a couple of Miko out, heal up the villagers, that'd be a pretty decent idea where that's concerned. As more Yumi Archers are coming through for Garnath, he's still sort of struggling on these resources. Please get a Miko out and heal these villagers up. There he goes. That's what we're talking about. Maybe a little bit late, but should be okay. Pulls into the tower, and the villagers will pop back out, and the Miko will say, back up to full HP, please. Oh, never mind. He loses one. Nice control from B. Just the constant pokes here, making life very, very tough. That being said, while this is all going on, Garnath is on the bottom gold mine. He's got 6 villagers over there, so no problems. Behind this, though, Golmang is coming through for B, which could mean he's either going to try and just get out some siege right away, Or it means he could be going into some... he's going into some horse cavalry as the Garnath shooting scoot micro coming in. Trying to take out some units. Dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge. Ideas from Garnath as the Naginata Rider comes in to tank a little bit. On top of that, the Razor Wind Kamatachi now in, but there's no heroes for the time being. Well, there's one, excuse me. So Kamatachi will end up going down. Good control from Garnath, but also good control from B as he sends the villagers off of the gold mine yet again. And in the heroic age comes one Naginata Rider is now out, however, as this Miko will end up getting sniped. On top of this now, the Naja is in, so that's a big help. Good damage from Garnath. I feel like Garnath is kind of hoodwinked B at the moment. He's pulled the wool over the eyes of B because he's been getting gold this entire time. His army is way bigger than I think B would have expected here. Now B. Is he really going for Tao Wu? He's got 2 Tao Wu out. I do like me some Tao Wu. If you take a look at the actual damage, it does do 10 hack with its charge. So if you charge in 10 hack onto a Yumi Archer, you're kind of doing like 7% of the HP. Nearly 10% of the HP with that charge on the entirety of the units. If you get 2, zoom through, hit them all, get the next, zoom through, hit them all. That's a lot of damage. If you tell me that you get 2 units and you just wipe 20% HP off your opponent's army, I'd say, yeah, let's use that. But behind this, Garnath is now going to be going up through Hachiman. And whether this is going to be for Tengu or if it's going to be for something else, I don't know. There's also very simply armory upgrades already grabbed. So clearly Garnath here is going to be going for the armory as the new moon here. Makes sense. He gets himself ballistics. He gets himself the shield upgrade as well as the weapons upgrade. And behind this now though, B is into his white horse cav, which is pretty scary here for Garnath, because Garnath needs to be aware, and he needs to be making, and he is doing, he needs to be making those Yati Spearmen. But New Moon comes in. All the upgrades are coming through. There's also Golden Kite coming in, and then the male upgrades can start getting researched next. On top of that, there's nothing left in the Goshin Boku trees, so both the Tengu and the Reizuin Kamatachi are going to drop back in there. Be kind of out of position for the time being. He wants to come in and potentially take out this silo. As I mean, it's such a silly thing to have a silo get forest protection, but that's what's going on there. Is the Tao Wu send the units packing, sitting on top of this forest protection can not be good. There's also access to a lightning weapons here as well. But Garnath, I mean, no lightning weapons at the moment. Garnath does get onto the backside, but the Najar comes in, takes out both those mid units. Militarily here, it's still quite close, but I have to say, I like the position of B. I don't know why Garnath is forcing so hard here. And B smartly not needing to drop the lightning weapons as well. Another Tao Wu going to be coming through. Love that Tao Wu tech. Always making sure that one is out. As now the heavy upgrades come in for Garnath. Maybe that was the idea. He just wanted to get the heavy upgrades in before he was in any type of a difficult position. So the Shinobi coming in, and there will be an answer for the Wuzu Javelin here for sure. But he does need the answer for the White Horse Cav, of which there isn't a single Yati at the moment. Now Garnath making his way down to the bottom side. Another ballet coming up so B can get onto food and get onto the gold mine. And Garnath says it's town center time, because why not? If you've dropped 2 ballets, the opponent says, all right, no worries, I'll drop a town center. You're basically equal to some degree. And Garnath gets hit in the center. Losing a couple of those hero units does hurt. They're expensive. While it's just going on around to the side, Garnath is searching for those pesky raids. Handful of units to get into your opponent's base to get the damage done. Peach Blossom Spring has been eaten there from B as well. Stable going down. Miko on the side going to be going down. We're on to this side. The Shinobi trying to get in. I do suggest to drop the special ability before you get close here. There you go. The Taowu is the answer against those Shinobi. They charge forward and then you just send them packing. Now, of course, B doing his best to micro this, and now he says, all right, it's time for some lightning weapons shenanigans as that backline gets absolutely melted. Taowu sending everyone flying, though, kind of helping the retreat a little bit. There's now the heavy infantry on the way. Ojo's getting taken down, and B is in a commanding position for the time being. The only problem for B is he's got a ton of wood in the bank. Definitely time to think about town center action, because why not? Just 10-pin bowling yet again. The Shogun will be able to come in and get a little bit of damage done, as well as the help of the Daimyo there, but B keeps that one alive. There's another Razor Wind Kamatachi coming in. Still not any real access to a machine workshop. B says, I don't need an answer versus the Samurai. He is just making dojo units. Not dojo, he's just making those military camp units as the Taowu charges forward yet again. But this time, I think B does need to be retreating. Now he says, okay, we'll get a machine workshop to deal with those samurai. Another Taowu is... These Taowu are insane. They are controlling this position so well. And the upgrade, does it extend the amount of... What does it really do? Charge damage plus 50%. Well, there you go. But it is well worth it to grab it. 15 damage onto everything instead of 10. Plus the crush damage as well. But B back onto his forest protection, making use of this silo. It looks like Garnath has gotten out of the worst of it. He's on 2 TCs. He's got himself gold mines. The only thing he doesn't have really is the food situation sorted in his main base with farms. But he's got plenty of food back here. Lots of boar. Lots of boar back there, so no real problems where that's concerned. And B is slowly going to be falling behind, but he does decide a couple of on a couple of heavy Chuko Nu, actually. That's the settlement for B going to come up over onto this side. Now, I could be wrong on this, but if you start with a peasant and then add the Kwafu, I think the town center does build slower. So you want to make sure when the Kwafu hits that you pull the peasants off and then put them back on. I could be wrong on that. That's some... I feel like I've heard that before, but anyways. Taowu dives in, sends everyone flying yet again. A pretty decent amount of Chuko Nu in here, but you do need a front line for them, and there's not really anything in just yet. I mean, there's a couple of Dows, but... Garnath says it is charging forward time. B says, no, we don't need to fight. You go away. It's the town center for B. Finishes up and dead even on literally everything here. Except for armory upgrades,
请下命令。
of which 3DB has 0. He built a marker to get to the next age, but he hasn't got his armory down. And this is really, really bad, actually, for B. In another Imperial Academy to come up. Aichi coming through for the heroes. But Garnath is getting close to full pop. And he's been on full bronze for a very long time here. Raids up to the top side. Armory coming up finally here for B. You can't even attempt to just build some units out and defend this. All those Kuafu are going to be in a lot of trouble. But B's okay. That's the units are going to be... Oh. What is this Kuafu doing?
指示を
That there is an oof. He gets out, he gets to the corner, he keeps his Kuafu alive. I think if Garnath gets Mythic Age here, he gets a lot of oomph. Full iron coming with, or just an army delete with the Dragon Typhoon. Get another blue, another new moon. Will be very, very strong. But in comes Garnath underneath the ballet, underneath everything. Happy to fight because he's getting Bushido, who's going to go up to full champion momentarily. But this army from B is looking immovable here. Now you do have to remember, these two Konu are second to none in terms of Archer DPS, I think. What are they doing? 16.6? That's 15.5 here. And these are unupgraded, right? No armory upgrades. B dropping another lightning weapons here, trying to stay alive as the javelin is hitting that backside. Front side, though, under attack. Some of the White Horse Cav are in, trying to help out, but the backside does end up falling. And I think Garnath maybe bit off a little more than he could chew here, but now he's got Siege. Taking this position down shouldn't be too hard. Though the White Horse Cav charging in to take out the Oyumi here as well. It's the villagers and the Kuafu to start repairing up. It looks like there's enough stuff here for the moment for 3DB. The macro god. Does he have enough stuff here? I mean, it's just looking like the economy from B is just struggling. No plow from B hurts. He does have a huge amount of wood economy with his upgrades. They're trying to get back in.
是的
9 Wuzu Javelineers. It's not going to be enough, and it looks like B might be running out of steam here, as the Amano Uzume that I said was literally impossible to win with seems to have been literally possible to win with, and not only that, actually won with. I think a lot of this is just, I think maybe B just forgot armory upgrades. I can't put it any way other than that. Like, this is wild. And there the game does end as Garnath gets on the scorer's table. Wins with Tsukiyomi. A solid, well-played game there. I haven't seen that strat before. Not exactly sure if it would have been any different if he went Inari Okami, though, is the big question. Oh, yeah. I am incredibly tired. I'm very, very sorry. All right. So let's jump back to the drafting thingy and see what they're going to pick for the next game. All right, we have Elysium next, which is a Kronos versus Amaterasu matchup on Elysium. All right. I believe they said 2 minutes, but that was 2 minutes ago. So I imagine they are ready to go. Let me just see. They are not. Oh no. Where's the game? I need the game. Well, just going to sit here for a bit. Need to get some more water in my water bottle, unfortunately. So I will be right back while I'm waiting for these guys to get their shenanigans together. Struggling. I am struggling to find the lobby. I have a feeling the lobby doesn't exist. Ruh-roh. Uh-oh. I think these guys are already off to the races. And a certain, either the game bugged out or a certain twitch of the finger, spectator off, happened. How disappointing. Or BS1 with a 3-minute chrono instruction the game doesn't show? Could do. But I would have seen it already. Oh dear. Not much I can do in this situation. I've pinged them. They are both D&D. Yeah. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm sorry, guys. We won't be able to watch this game. We might have to do it by the recorded game. So... a classic. Alright, we'll be back soon, I guess. Ba-da-da-dun. Oh, it's over. Shit, my microphone won't stay in front of my face. All right, we're back. We're going to jump into game number 4 right here, right now. Thank you for waiting with me. I know it is a tough time to wait when you don't know when the commercial break is over. That being said, I do see a commercial starting, so I'm going to go ahead and run that right now. Let's jump into game number 4 on the map Elysium. Check it out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We've had the slightest of delays, but that is okay. Into game number 4 on the right-hand corner of the map, we've got ourselves 3DB here playing as Kronos, and in the left-hand corner of the map, we've got Garnath playing as Amaterasu. A mana coming up does indicate that B does indeed expect to stay in the classical age a little bit longer. The Kronos Rush, as we have seen it once before, is not something that is showing up all too often anymore. That doesn't mean it's bad. It just means the players aren't wanting to go for it. Against Amaterasu, you kind of have a little bit of a wonky shenanigans. How do I say this? Against Amaterasu, you can't really Kronos Rush because of the Mikos. It kind of shuts down any of the early game Promethean pressure. It also heals up the units and all that other good stuff. This, in my opinion, is the way to play this from the Kronos side of things. You want to go into Theft of Fire. You want to go into a defensive game, making Catapulties, making Terma, making Caraballister, and just microing really well while taking every opportunity to manually heroize your citizens. This gives you the best opportunity, I would say, versus Amaterasu. Because you don't want to fight them, but you also don't want to give them the chance to all-in you. So you want to take substantial, but small economic leads here in order to afford things like your Caraballister, like your Terma, like your Catapulties. And from there, you are good to go. That being said, it is going to be... it will be some heroization here from B. So he is going to be going this angle, it looks like. At most, 2 hero citizens. But I don't like the way that he's done this, to be honest. So my take on the whole strat is that you want to get Theft of Fire in first. And you want to get Heart of the Titans in before you start committing into the hero units. That being said, this is going to be an immediate Theft of Fire, and the Prometheans will charge into the main base of Garnath. But either way, this does work out quite nicely for B, and he's going to have a nice amount of economy. Of course, the problem is, if he runs out of food, life is tough. So we'll see how it all goes as Garnath dropping his guardhouse up onto the top here. A little bit of Shanks coming in. Is that going to be a dead villager? Of course, there is the Solar Shield. That will get dropped down. Kind of a win for B, to be honest, to trade a little bit into that. Get 1 Solar Shield out as the Promethean offsprings will charge through here. But the Miko gets 1 slap. And a slap to a Clayman from a Miko is a dead Clayman. We've got some relics. We've got the Feather of Bafang. Damage bonus against buildings plus 0.2. And on the side, Scale of Echidnas is also up, so you can start looking to grab those. And here, Kui Drum is in, as well as the first of many relics getting grabbed, Charon's Obol. Now, the issue here for B is he does need to get active very quickly. He should already be out on this next hunt with a mana down. 2 citizens over here, 2 citizens up here, ready to garrison, ready to bounce between the 2 areas with catapulties if he needs to. For the moment, Garnath is going for guard houses though, and this is somewhat scouted from B, so he can go straight into Terma if he wants to. Unlike Uranus and Gaia, however, the Terma angle for Kronos is a little bit weaker because you don't have access to Gaia Lush and you don't have access to Thea. So a little bit tougher. But here's the big thing I would say. This is most important when you play this strat. You've got to get this tech, Heart of the Titans. You also need to get out a couple of extra oracles. Otherwise, you're investing a huge amount of favor into the hero citizens. And you're going to have a very, very tough time dealing with Myth Unit. So, yes. A couple of extra oracles here would be a godsend for B. And he just needs to go into Kara Ballista, into Terma, and just be very active scouting with his Promethean offspring. Just make sure he knows what his opponent is building. But for the moment, Terma and Kara Ballista only is perfectly fine. We do have the Kumiki coming through as well, which does make these Yumi Archers a little bit cheaper, as well as everything else for later in onto the game. It's quite expensive at the moment, 200 resources plus 20 favor. But, of course, buying it immediately... How many units do you actually have to get? 90? So that's 10% off, right? 10% off. So you get 9 resources back for Yumi Archer. So you need something like 20 Yumi Archers to pay it off in just the resources without the favor cost. It's a lot of archers you need to build. We will be seeing a couple of Karabalisa coming through and be continuing along. He does have himself 13 hero citizens. So his economy, without question, is very, very big here. He is, however, continuing to use this Valor, which, to be honest, I don't really like that at this stage. Once it gets above 6 or 7, I start thinking that it's actually in my best interest to start just manually heroizing. We're actually going to see B attempting a heroic age here, which is another very, very wild idea. We'll see if that's going to work out for him. The fact of the matter is, getting a heroic age in, what do you unlock from the heroic age? Not a lot, in my opinion. Just economic upgrades. You don't really need to go into Contarius. You don't need to go into Mermilla. You don't need to go into Arcus. At this stage, I think full send on the counter barracks units is kind of everything. Did I do it unintentionally again? Sorry. This is what happens. 6 or 7 oracles, definitely important. Yep. The Yati Spearmen do come through, picking up a little bit there as well. But, I mean, for the moment here, B, he is getting away with it. And if he can get to this next age, he should be in a good spot. If you want to get to the next age and get units out and all the extra stuff, he should be in a good spot. Garnath is just sitting back turtling. So, B has gotten everything that he wants and more. Now the term, we're gonna just pull back villagers over onto this side. It is scary being in this spot as well, because if Garnath goes heroic age, then all of a sudden you have to deal with the Thunderburst. It's Garnath pushing out across the map. He's got so many units here, but in come Arcus. I mean, this is what I mean. Like, you don't need to go to the heroic age for Arcus when you've got Kara Ballista. These things are all you need to deal with those Yati Spearmen. And nonetheless, there will be a Chaos available for B. He pulls off with the forward. hunt here, spreading out the citizens is perfectly valid as well. He doesn't have to be on the front. Here, he can be over onto this spot, over onto this spot, over here. But Garnath says, all right, I'll pull back, and it's Raijin time, and it's raiding time, as the Naginata Riders are going to be searching. So still more catapulties needed to deal with those, and there's going to be more in the way of the C tier for B. But in going for C tier, still no favor for B to make hero units. In onto this position there comes the Yati. Just playing with fire. You've got 4.8 speed Yati versus 5 speed Termite. I mean, they literally are playing with fire with the Infernal 1 Udal, but still, little bits of pressure here from B as he comes in, gets a couple of shots off, not able to pick anything off just yet as the Naginata Riders onto this side do get caught out by those catapulties. Rest of the units to come in as well as they're going to catch these guys out. That will be a lot of dead units. Nice find from B. He's in full control for the moment, but the problem is, in comes Raijin. And Raijin means Thunderburst, and Thunderburst means, well, a tough time if you do have the Caraballister in this army. Especially if they aren't heroized. Stables coming up. And B is feeling like he can just move forward into, actually, you know what? Full hero army here with the upgrade would probably be the right move. He doesn't need to really fight. Generally, when you play versus Japan, if you've got an economic advantage, which 3DB does have, just sitting back on it and just getting everything in that you need can be huge. As in comes the units, in comes the Solar Shield. The Thunderburst is going to be getting dropped on this as well. And B is without question caught out here. And he is going to be losing a lot of units on this retreat. But he does get out of the Thunderburst now. Makes a little bit more damage. Will turn in here. Losing all those Caraballister is just too brutal. But the Chaos gets dropped down. Does he have enough stuff here? He does have a couple of hero units to try and take this out. But no, it is looking a little too much for him as he has to continue to run. Hero Arcus getting converted back here to try and deal with some more of those 1 Udor. And we will see how it all ends up going as the Satyr turning around. I think some good damage done, but all the way back for B at the moment as I think Garnath has definitely equalized here. There's still a villager lead for 3DB, and the economic advantage should be gigantic. He didn't go for the economic upgrades, though. See, this is what I think here. If B had just sat back on his advantage of having that army and just got himself fully upgraded on economy with all of these hero citizens and just sort of let Garnath do whatever he wants, Garnath would just be falling behind and further and further and further behind. But B still has a lot of chances in this game. Another Chaos potential, more Oracles to come through could be a good plan. He's got a lot of the map under his control, so he can get that economy going. Garnath, on the other hand, he's going into his Miko, as all of his units are going to start getting healed back up to full HP. As B says, time for another attack. In he comes. Armory upgrades, non-existent for B in this game again. Not sure what's happening with those as the back line does get dove onto by all of these Naginata Riders. We've got a Solar Shield also coming through here as more reinforcements to come in, but Garnath gets the surround and dominates this army of 3DB. And we will see a couple more Karaballister coming in now. Citizens pulling over onto the left side as, of course, Garnath is just going to be searching to take those out. But a very, very tough position now for B to be in, as well, the Garnath units, they are hunting. B citizens, they have been spotted. But in comes the B army. Does he have enough stuff here is the question. Answer is probably not really. I think he's going to actually turn and start shanking this down himself for the time being. Marcus going to take out the Yadi Spearmen. The citizens here going down as well. I don't think there's enough stuff here for 3DB. He just doesn't. And Garnath is just winning these fights too hard. Well, unfortunately for B, this did not go quite the way that he hoped. I do think that this angle works for B, but I think you should have just been like, I don't understand why you go away from the counter barracks units. They dominate everything. Hero heavy term or full hero classical age catapulties and termers and Karaballister, they move quick. And you just never need to attack, right? You just sit back. And nonetheless, B going to try and pull this one back. He's lost a lot of citizens while this is he's lost a lot of citizens while this is all going on. He's now going up for Gemini, but has 3 Saids here. Of course, gets a shot off, but doesn't do all too much damage to those high pierce armor Naginata riders. And B comes in onto this position, looking for what he can do at the moment. The citizens down to the bottom, trying to make a break for it. Of course, no chaos. Hontarius here, just not gonna cut it. I mean, maybe he has to sack the army, and otherwise he's gonna lose everything. Hero catapulties coming through to try and take out the Raiju. Turns around to distract the army so his citizens can get back home. One citizen ends up falling. And the hero Contarius do get on top of that Raiju, and it will end up going down. No, it won't. Never mind. Decides to run, but there's just nothing left here for Garnath. B is just falling further and further and further behind. Well, stables, dojos coming up in the middle of the map for Garnath, as where to next is the big question. Looks like the main base is just going to go down. I just don't think that B has got enough stuff. He's got no income. He's got no food. He puts a palace up on this side, but he is getting mowed down here. And that there is game number 4. Goes to the Amaterasu. I have to say, it felt like a little bit of a blunder from 3DB in this one. I feel like he had actually a really good position, a really good read on what Garnath wanted to do. But his timing was way off. He got caught out by that Thunderburst. And going into Arcus, I don't know, man. I would have rather see him stay classical age and just drop another town center, to be honest. Or just go full 175 pop army, full hero. And what is the Amaterasu going to do? They have to take a really bad fight at some point if they stay classical age. Or they've got to go heroic age, drop Thunderburst on you, but you already got 2 TCs in that situation. You don't need to go to the heroic age. That's my thought here. But nonetheless, Well played from Garnath. Let's jump back over to the draft and see if we can catch up to game number 5 being played live. All right, let me see if I can catch the game. Alrighty, off we go. All right, so we got a Ra versus Uranus for the final game here. What's the map? The map is Gorge. Gorgeous Gorge. Alrighty. Yeah, let's jump into game number 5 and see how it's going to go. Alrighty, off to the next map. In the left-hand side of the map, we got Garnath. Oh, God. In the right-hand side of the map, we got 3DB. We are playing on the map Gorge. This is the final game between these two. The winner will go on to the next round on Saturday. Been a very competitive series thus far. One of a very, very competitive, very crazy first game. It's a pretty dominating play in some other games and some other close games too. That being said, now it is the Ra versus the Uranus. I really like Uranus in this matchup. There's so many different ways you can just dominate a Ra here. But this is one of B's priority picks. He really wants to play this god. You can play Oceanus here with Uranus. You can get all the Sky Passages up. You can play Prometheus here with Uranus. You can go for Prometheans if you like. You can go for Hero Citizens as well as a big boosted economy or economic idea into a really strong mid game. Cows do get stolen, and it looks like over here, even more cows are going to get stolen as B is just happily claiming everything. He will send them off, but Garnath is close by, and he does spot those cows. Does B notice it? No, he does not, but the Oracle also won't see the rest of these cows coming back. Oops. Now coming up on the front from B. Two village. This is a weird one. Normally you see the Ra player empowering the monument to the villagers, but B is obviously only 3 villagers on gold. Feels like it's more value to empower manually here. You get the micro in. It's very, very good, but he does miss out on a little bit of food there. He's back onto the food situation, and there goes Dart for a fast advance. And then what? I have to imagine he moves over onto the gold mine, but he's sitting here on all of this food for ages here. Because generally speaking, it's the whole reason you're playing Ra here is for a second town center, maybe shifting sands onto the second town center or something like that. But Sokar in for 3DB. As he is going to move over and he is going to lead this Egyptian army to victory. Meanwhile, it will be Prometheus in for Garnath. And the thing about playing, and if this is going to be a 2TC from Garnath, the thing about playing 2TC versus the 2TC Ra with Prometheus is that so long as you have the hunt in, you can dictate that you want to be the defender here, which is kind of wild saying that out loud. You go, oh, I'm playing against Egypt. In comes the Shifting Sands. Oracle here does spot what's going on. Sees the town center, knows exactly what's happening. This citizen coming up onto this side. But you get to dictate if you want to be the 2TC aggressor early on or you want to be the defender. And what do I mean by that? Basically, I mean, you get to say, hey, I'm just going to get a bunch of oracles in and a whole bunch of hero citizens in, or I'm going to spam units out and try and pressure. There's a Sky Passage coming through for Garnath over on this right side. Sky Passage in the main base as well going to come up, as I imagine, through the Sky Passage, saving on the walking time just a little bit for some of his citizens. Does delay his town center a little bit. I am somewhat surprised to see Garnath go for this specific town center, seeing as he's spotted this one going up. But maybe he wants to be a little bit more aggressive. So counter barracks also getting dropped immediately here. How many cows does Garnath end up with? 20 cows! 20 to 8. Wild. It's a huge advantage. Now, of course, heroizing citizens does help build the town center faster. Getting yourself the Theft of Fire tech also helps you build the town center faster as well. It's only by a smaller margin, though. I think it's like a 10% boost or something. 20% boost on building. Not small. Not a small margin, but not a crazy one either. But nonetheless, market coming up from B. Barracks, armories. No barracks just yet. Onto the berry bushes. Berry bushes for Ra do gather incredibly fast. 0.82 food per second there. Is there any villagers on hunt? No. I think that the Egyptian villager on food on hunt is normally 0.9. No? Or is it 0.8 something? Can't remember. Anyways. Citizens now starting to come through. Upgrades in for Garnath. A very slow start for him. As the Terma charge forward, see exactly what's going on. Does spot that there is not a whole lot of much here happening. Is this Terma going to go down if Garnath is not careful? He does pull it away, and it looks like it will stay alive with a little bit of HP there. So this Terma can't come back up to HP either, up to the top side. Cheeky little Sky Passage from Garnath. This one little cheeky 3DB priest does come in, but recently the priest was boosted up to 3.8 speed, so now you can't just chase it down. You can just run away. No advantages there. And then comes Sekhmet for B. Of course, the main plan here, I think, for B is going to be he loves himself those slingers. It's a little bit scary versus Uranus because he's got Chaos, but we're actually not going to see that. Instead, we're going to see Thea. Also have access to the Contarius, but problem with going Contarius is it does welcome in the Horus Spears. Some Monument to the Soldiers for 3DB coming up on the front. Lumber Camp as well coming through for B. This obelisk will go down. I'd love to see Garnath getting set up on this top side as well, so he can lock up all 4 corners of the map. And let's have a little quick check on the citizen situation here. There's 5 hero citizens only, so Garnath hasn't been heroizing these manually, so no crazy economic boost for him here. But you can always do that a little bit later. Random priest comes in, does see the town center in. And was that a massive? No, it's just more Valors. But B is now in the heroic age. He can't use Shifting Sands on his Scarab to catch Garnath out here because he doesn't have the favor just yet. And of course, he needs probably a couple of those Scarabs regardless, as Spearmen are going to start coming through. Walls coming up onto this side as well. As it looks like it's full barracks, full send. And I have to say, if you're playing against full barracks, full send as Uranos, you always, without question, always want Hyperion. The amount of advantage you get through having Satyr is just simply unmatched, as the hero citizens will get pulled back here, and of course 3DB is gonna retreat as a Hesperid's tree gets dropped over here. Hero citizens are going to start shanking. There's the double triads to come in as well, and this Scarab is not going to be long for this world, as it does end up getting taken out. So no dead town center, no advantage just yet. Onto the top side, all the citizens up here for the moment, as Arcus, Contarius are going to be the units of choice. Low HP citizen can get Valid as well. That's exactly what he's going to do, as after the shockwave comes through, B will need to retreat away. And the walls for Garnath on the back going to go down. Hero Contarius coming around here, trying to take out the Wadjet. Will be able to do so. Nice snipe from Garnath. There is going to be a lot of pressure coming the wayside of Garnath very, very shortly. The full tar upgrades are in. Actually, no, they're not. The slingers aren't in just yet. Slings of the Sun going to come through, but that doesn't really do anything here unless Garnath decides he wants to build infantry. He doesn't really want to. Electron bullets will do something. But the mix of Arcus and Contarius for Garnath at the moment. He really shouldn't be in any rush to take a fight here, I don't think, but he is going for it. Of course, even if 3DB, well, 3DB can't really take that miss. If he does take a misstep here, it's going to be quite bad for him, so he's got to be careful. Contarius charging forward. Slinger's running back. Spearmen are in to cause some problems, and Garnath will have to do the forward back jockey, as Hesperid's trees number 1 and number 2 both down. Of course, no resources here to get all of those dryads out, but once he gets to full pop, he can get himself an extra 10 dryads, or he can get up to 10 dryads, and that's going to be a big advantage for Garnath moving forward. As heavy cavalry on the way. Has Garnath gotten all his upgrades? Not just yet. Missing himself some pretty important ones here. As Lance of Stone now on the way. That's going to help out. B sees the Hesperid's tree and says, hey, let me steal that. That's the Slinger shoot and scoot. A little bit annoying. Normally you want to put the Hesperid's tree next to a military building so it can't get stolen unless the units are like close by. The Arcus coming through, good control there with the Stymphalian Birds. Also the Hesperid's tree to help out in a big way. But those Contarius are just face palming into Spearmen at the moment. This is what I mean. If there was Satyr here, then all of a sudden the Spearmen, they're not too scary. But for the moment, well, B has a lot of scary units here to utilize. Stymphalian Bird yet again getting targeted down as Garnath is struggling on the macro a little bit. Lots of villagers on gold. Does need to sort that out. There's berry bushes up here. He's got plenty of resources. But B is looking like he is in control somewhat, as the Stymphalian Bird on the top will end up going down. Dryad still on the way. We do have the Slings of the Sun tech to come through momentarily here. Garnath still kind of struggling to make this all work. Even underneath his base here, does he just not have enough military buildings? I guess that's the case. Now he's trying to get some Terma in here as well. It's not a terrible idea because he should have himself the cheaper cavalry tech, but that's not the case. The Kontari is still trying to charge through, still trying to take out these spearmen. I mean, I guess if he went for a whole bunch of Stymphalian birds here, that would have been another perfectly reasonable way to play this. But I just don't understand why we didn't see Hyperion. Nonetheless. Garnath and B encroaching on 100 villages. Lots of units in queue here for Garnath, as more buildings are getting dropped down onto the back here. No levy just yet either on the side of B. He's only got 4 barracks. And B could use some more buildings as well, as maybe a siege workshop or something. It's this aggression from B. He's just sitting inside this base of Garnath. Garnath's got watchtowers. He's got the town center. And B is just at full population. In comes the rain for B as well, as he is now going to have himself 21 farms. He did click that rain a little bit early, but 21 farms down, and B's just sitting. He doesn't care. He's just, let me just kill everything, he says. And super strong slingers. No counter.
Into you.
Look at all the damage they're doing. Unfortunately for Garnath, I'm not sure he has played this one close to correct here. There's too much. There are too many issues for him at present. I mean, he's still gathering resources. If he garrisons all the units into the buildings and just gets himself to full pop. This is the thing, right? Like, it's a simple way to beat the barracks army. Just never take a fight unless you're at full pop, because you can guarantee if your opponent's macroing well as Egyptian, they're gonna be in front of pop from you. So you just play defense until the Egyptian players, until you catch up on pop, and then you just win the fights. And Garnath here, he's going to attempt a bit of a comeback, but he still is behind on military resource count. He's behind on population. Town center has fallen as the Scarab comes through. That will get taken down. There is one hero oracle to help out there. How much damage does that guy do? 8.1 times 6. That's not nothing. It's definitely something. B going to pull back. To move up and take out this town center now. As more pressure mounting. Of course, a town center in the top corner from Garnath. It is Gorge. You've got the entirety of the map to play with. Did he steal the cows? Oh, rude. Some more scarabs coming through as the hero arc is going to do what they can to take this all out. Now finally Garnath is up to full population, but he is just somewhat behind here. Dropping the town center, but you can, like, it's funny, you can see even right now the population goes to equal, and, well, I mean, this is a bit of an awkward attack, but Garnath is actually winning this fight. Of course, there's some units now having to move up to the top side, hitting off the gold mine here. With the town center falling. Oh, these Kontarius are on strike. And they say, no, I don't want to get involved here. Garnath has to pull back after. He should have won that fight, but I think he's Kontarius, which is not having fun next to that Hesperus tree with the trees next to it. They could not path around that. That was too much. And B continuing to get some pretty good trades here as the slingers doing what they can. Take out that backline Arcus from Garnath, but more slingers to come in, more scarabs to come through. Spearman charging in to take out everything else behind. And it's up. This gold mine getting taken is... B says, hang on, what's happening here? Citizens up onto this spot. Garnath needs another sky passage here. He doesn't have a whole lot of favor. He can't really afford it. I can afford one, but... kind of a very difficult spot for Garnath. Town center on this side now coming up, though. Just going to continue to bounce around the map. Now, after all is said and done, he finally says, hey, let's try Murmillos. I can't recommend the Murmillos at the moment. That's not a unit that really is going to help out. Slinger diff, yeah, exactly. Slingers OP confirmed. That's the only way. That's the only takeaway from this game. Garnath just is too far behind here, I think. He's trying to make a comeback. He's got a town center. He's got some food. He's got 76 villages. We see more villages coming through for BB. He's just like, I'll take this town center. I'll take this gold mine. The gold mines for B are a little bit on the light side, though he does have the one over here. So the army comes over onto this side. Sky passage for Garnath. Is this the only one he's got? No, he does have two. But he can get out of here. He's eating his cows at the main base. Well, the Axemen in the mix now to deal with the Murmillos. But you can only really run here. It's just too much population for B at the moment once he's fallen behind this far. Mounting the comeback is incredibly difficult as B will clean up the sky passage on the bottom side, finish off this gold mine, grab this gold mine, continue to move forward and just erase the entirety of the Garnath base. He is spreading out everywhere with citizens looking for other sky passage situations, but there's just nowhere for him to go anymore. There's a palace coming up for Garnath. Slingers making their way through, pelting the Murmillos to their death. And B also says it's time for a whole bunch of camel caravans, because why not? He needs more economy to support his 270 population here. But a valiant effort from Garnath. Most people would have tapped out by now, but it is a game 5. He wants his shot on the weekend. He's had a tough run of it thus far. Had to face Recon in the first week, B in the second week, and both matches he takes to 5. Definitely a player to keep your eye on. I mean, clearly this game, Garnath did not really come at this one with the best of plans. You can kind of just see it right here. Never a moment where Garnath sat back and allowed his Aranos advantage to carry him to the promised lands. Not enough military units, no full population situations. This, like, the only time he was ever at 175 pop was here. Here he's at 100 and probably 150 pop. He just couldn't get to that 190 pop. If you get to that, then well, guess what? This army gets absolutely erased. But That was not to be for Garnath here. And well played to be, as he is going to be moving on to the next round. We'll see him again on Saturday, tomorrow. Let's jump over to the draft the bracket, and show you guys who he's going to be playing. So B moves on to the weekend to play against Grass or Kiluminati. And of course, we have Mini Eddie and Matador against Moscow as well. They're going to be playing a little bit later tonight. Unfortunately, they will be getting cast by a different streamer, Motaba. I will be going to bed in about 2 hours, so I'm not going to be here for those ones. So GG. Alrighty, so now we running over to this shenanigans. It is time for the MCL Grand Finals. What's the prize pool for this one? Thanks for the gifted Mockingbird. Appreciate you, my friend. What is the prize pool? A grand total of 1,000 euros. All right, we'll go 1,000 euros. That looks nice and clean. Do I have a euro button? 1,000 euros. Who's playing? It is UCA and Dodd. Alrighty. Gonna change scenes here and try and figure out what's going on. Where do I look for this again? Scheduling? This one. Are they already in the game? Let's have a look. I highly doubt it. These guys are so slow. Oh, they are. Hells yeah. Alrighty. Well, I can show you guys the draft while we wait. I have about 40 seconds if I can open it up fast enough. Streamer hard. Alrighty, there you go. C. Oh, it's not DOD. Why did I put DOD? CBB. Okay. So it is a Tezcala Pocket Tsukiyomi Gaia versus Uranus Loki Zeus. A classic. That's actually not a classic at all. This is very, very unique. I'm pretty sure I have to hit pause, and then we hit play, and we jump into the first game. Off we go. Off to the races. Did I get rid of the thing? I think I did. I totally got rid of it. Sorry, guys. I'm searching for... it this one? Hey, I found it. Alrighty. Welcome, guys, to your regularly scheduled Grand Finals action. This is not regularly scheduled at all. This is the first Grand Finals for ever. Literally ever. Should we make the logo a little smaller? That'll do. Yeah, your first Grand Finals ever of a team game, high-level team game tournament. This is hosted by the DoD clan. It is called the Mythic Clan League. It's the first Mythic Clan League, and they do intend to host many more of these. In the right-hand side of the map, we have ourselves CBB. They consist of player, TSM player, as the Gaia. Tunison's playing Tezcatlipoca. And Mosca playing as Tsukiyomi. They are going up against UCA, the Uncrappables, also known as the Italian Stallions. Right here, we've got ourselves Matrius playing as Loki. And over here, we have Ragnarok's playing as Zeus. And finally, we have Zucolo playing as Oranos. So, some very, very interesting god picks here from UCA. They are playing very vanilla, whereas CBB says, or player says, I'm going to stick with the vanilla god. I'm going to go with some Gaia. But both Tunison and Mosca saying, no, we playing a little different here. As the Gaia Forest does get dropped down, 1 Calpulli, 0 Calpulli expansions here. He does not need any extra economy. Why get economy when you can just not? That's the Tunison way here. There are some pretty wild ideas in team games that I feel like just never get investigated because they're just a little bit too crazy. For example, if you drop a market right away as anyone, you can start tributing resources to your allies. So one idea here would be for players to say, oh, I have the Tezcatlipoca. Let's feed the Tezcatlipoca to help that god get to mass Jaguar riders. And that can be really, really strong. But Tunison, he is charging forward here. In he comes. He's got himself a relic, the Kopesh of Horus, and he is looking for a forward Noble's Hut. Not rushing for that heroic age in the slightest. We do have the new moon onto the Tsukiyomi. He steals new moon from his ally. That's wild. So he gets... Wait, did he use it? What did he use it on? I have no idea. I guess he used it on the... I guess he used it on the Noble's Hut just to get the upgrades for them. So these Ocelotl warriors are going to be really, really strong. Dives in. Is that a dead citizen? It is going to be a dead citizen. Azucolo. A little caught out from that. The other thing is, can't you then take, like, the Gaia Forest or something? Or is that going to cost 100 favor now? Wild. Well, on the bottom side, Matrius is starting to get going. He's got himself his Herser, checking things out. Of course, Mosca is just going to be sitting back, playing some very nice defense. In come the Ocelotl warriors as the Galadria does get hit by a couple of the old warrior priest specials. You can't dodge those anymore. So it is just damage that you have to take. Best way to use the Galadria is just to sit back, have it at the back of the army, and then you're kind of good to go as the Carnivora does get dropped down by player. Player on the back here is just saying, while all this chaos goes on, I'm just going to take a town center, get my boom on, He's also got his own Caladria forward. He could get even more Caladrias in here if he wants to help Tunison out. But Tunison is full send to start this game off. On the flip side, these incredibly fast Mosca Naginata riders, they are causing some big issues here. Now, of course, he does have to get himself the upgrade to make them go up to 6.6 speed, but once they are there, that's very painful. Ragnarox has gone up to 2 town centers himself, so both of the pocket players are going to have a lot of economy to play with. But of course, the Atlantean always enjoys that economy a little bit more earlier on. So Ragnarox is going to have to make something happen to slow that down, or the team, or Team UCA is going to have to brace for some very large impact.
Nandes.
This Mosca, he has been fended off really well by Matrius, to be fair. Even with the speed advantage, he's been very much on the back foot. And while this is all going on, surely there's going to be a heroic age coming through momentarily here for player. He hasn't really built any units. He has left Tunison in a 1 versus 2. Not the end of the world, but he's left Tunison in a 1 versus 2. And Thea's going to be in shortly. And generally speaking, your goal in team games is to basically build the units that you've got that are the fastest. That's the general goal. You have the speed at the start, you lock up the map, and then you go into your power compositions. So you've got to start with speed, though, otherwise you get blown off the map, and it's tough. Kadoskabos gets sniped. Onto the top there, the infested den does go down, and he expires, I should say, and those large Scorpion men are going back. We will be seeing the Thayer in now for player. As Tunison pulls all the way back, he's going to drop his own market as well. He is wanting to go up through Koyal-Zhaokui, which makes a lot of sense. And a little bit of resources actually coming over while this is all going on, just to help out, because what does player need resources for? Meanwhile, over onto this side, the Naginata Riders catching Matrius out here. Nine-tailed Kitsune are in as well, so 6.6 speed is a lot. As the Hoplite raids, searching for villagers to kill. There is a lot of large Scorpions over here to defend, though, as surely the Mamillos from Zukolo get heroized, and he tries to push through, but with the heroic age in for Tunison, this does mean a very quick transition into those Jaguar Riders. However, I mean, you have Hoplites, you have Mamillos. They technically count on the Jaguar Riders, but they are slow. Onto the top side, one villager will get spotted. So large Scorpions try and get a little bit of damage back. You have to be so careful with this fight. Have to heroize. Also, a lot of warriors coming in to help out. Lots of resources in from player. Why build units at all? This is what I was talking about. A big tribute in to Tunison. Now, this means he is going to have resources up the wazoo. Look at this. He's got so many. And then what? What does he do with it all? Great Temple coming down. More resources to come through. For Zhaokui's stone. Player is just happily just sitting back, not doing anything. He doesn't have a single military building up. He is just playing full defense. I'm going to say, Tunison, you will 1v2. But with 3 town centers worth of economy. Ragnarox does get up to the heroic age through Apollo. Underworld passage coming through for Ragnarox as well. Where is he going? Straight in to Mosca's main base. In comes the Starfall. Restoration will put a stop to any real damage getting taken here The town center will be falling. There is that swampland, though. That's going to be a bit of pain there for Ragnarok's army, but it's not going to be enough to take everything out. As the villagers are getting cleaned up, now Mosca is back to defend himself. But is it too little too late? Huge damage taken as the Ragnarok's Matrius attack deals real damage here. With the Herser joining in, of course, there is the watchtowers in to help out. Flaming weapons comes through from Matrius to take everything down here. Huge damage onto Mosca. He just got obliterated there. Villager differential for the moment is equal as these villagers over here, they've been spied. Another, oh, there goes the new moon onto the armory for Mosca as he's bailing from that flaming weapons. While this is going on, though, double great temples are up. The Jaguar Riders will be coming in. Tunison is gigantic, but Mosca is dead. Hoplites going down. Zucolo in. All three of the UCA boys are in the main base of Mosca. Mosca is hidden over here, or so he thinks. But Matrius and Team UCA are very well aware that 21 villagers are alive over here. As this wall will go down, Mosca is going to make a break for it, but he is caught out with no way of getting out of here alive. How many villagers does Mosca actually have? He has 22. 21 of them are sitting right here. Where's the other one? Can Mosca get out of here alive is the big question. The underworld passage will end up going down. These are heavy Jaguar Riders. As the villagers moving back and forth. Troll goes down. A little bit of an assistance over here from Tunison. Tunison's Dryads, as Tezcatlipoca, will be giving him Obsidian Shards because they are myth units. Myth units be myth units. Any assistance onto the villagers for Mosca. He needs some help to keep his villagers alive. If he's got a villager elsewhere, I mean, maybe he can just put a village center up and try and bring himself back in, but this game is all up to Tunison to try and carry this one home. He is going to have his work cut out for him. Second town center up over here. Villagers pumping out, of course, the army or the economy of player, the base of player, the strategy of player. He needs to get involved in this game because he's got much needed population that needs to be used here. After all is said and done, though, the villager differential is equal. The villagers, they do escape. In comes these Jaguar Riders. They're not really doing anything, though. Yes, picking off hoplites is nice, but he needs villagers. There's villagers over here. There's villagers literally everywhere ready to get sniped. And not only that, I mean, you take a look at these units, and they can get onto the woodline, go a little bit out of line of sight. They can dive in. They're not going to care about anything here. I mean, after all is said and done, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 town centers apiece. Big difference, though, is, well, Mosca needs income to make units. He does have 2 stables, so he can make some, and the units are strong. Don't get me wrong; they're full bronze. So actually, feeding Mosca here might be the right play from player. In fact, is that what he's doing? It might be. I'm not sure. Jaguar Riders searching over here as the villagers getting pulled back. Matrius will be the economy that Tunison is searching. And this is money from player here. The player does realize, and CBB does realize, dump the resources into Mosca. Mosca rebuilds all the buildings. A village center coming up. Probably not that necessary. And then you get yourself Ushiro and full bronze army, which is going to be really, really big. Town center of Matrius going down here as Tunison kind of just ignoring all the units attacking him for the time being. He dives around here, but there's so much stuff here. Now he says, all right, let's escape, run away, find the next place. Absolute chaos is now player has managed to get somewhat of an army out. Moscow, he's going to be getting somewhat of an army out. The Tunison Jaguar Riders, well, they are already out. And they are attacking everything into the main base of Zukalo. In comes the Atontan Smashers. As they say, it's time to smash, but the Ragnarok Hoplites are coming over here. More Dryads. Again, the Dryads, he doesn't even care. In fact, he wants these to die so that he gets more Obsidian Shards. Now, I'm pretty sure if you delete the Dryads, they don't drop Obsidian Shards. You could build 2 Dryads, delete both of them, get an Obsidian Shard for free. Not for free, for 300 wood. Get yourself access to a myth unit if that was possible. I don't think that's possible. As in comes the Starfall onto this position. 2 Tsitsimiddles to come through. A whole bunch of these Obsidian Shards will be left in here. Tsitsimiddle. How many of these? He's got 5 here as well. Obsidian Butterflies as well going to be coming in. Onto the backside. Here do come the Catapulties from Zukalo. He's going to be able to clean up those Jaguar Riders there most likely. Third town center up for Tunison as he's going to try the next move. Matrius's Great Hall getting taken out in the middle. No, you can't delete them. You have to have them killed. If you could delete them for an Obsidian Shard, that would be broken. Obviously, he would be deleting them if that's what it did. Meanwhile, shifting sands on Hammer Dryad was too much. All right. Heavy Shorn one. Heavy Shorn one coming through. Dryads pulling back. Town center coming up for Zukalo. Moscow does now have himself an... Oh, no, that's another village center. He's got 2 village centers to try and get his villagers back in line. These units as Ragnaroks as Odysseus goes down. All of the Shorn ones really make this very difficult. Onto the front here, a temple coming up for, I have to imagine, myth units, but we'll see what's going to happen there. Is into this position. In comes Ragnaroks. Hoplites are through, but players Murmillos are on the chase. And he should be able to chase them down. He's got 5.2 speed, but Hoplites of Ragnaroks, they are getting away quickly. Another town center ends up falling here. Where is the Moscow stuff? He's got 2 stables and that's it. 57 of 80 population as well. Very much struggling to get anything out here. So the village center gets spotted. An underworld passage from Moscow as a reinforcement move. A second underworld passage here actually. Tunison trying to break through this, but it's not looking like he's making a huge amount of gains here as both Matrius and Ragnaroks, they're in and they are breaking through players' base as it looks like UCA might be okay here. Of course, Moscow is somehow at 1900 score, 19,000 score. He has nothing at the moment. Mosca needs units. He needs full Yumi Horse Archer and a Dream here. But he just doesn't have anything. How many resources does he have in the bank? He's got no resources in the bank. I feel like he shouldn't have gone for the reboom. And he should have just gone full stables and just try and protect. But now the Fire Giants are in. And Players Town Center is going down as UCA is looking to take game one here, ladies and gentlemen. An action-packed game one. But unfortunately for CBB, their Tezcatler pocket strategy was not able to inflict enough damage. Villagers up the top dying. It's 220 to 130. It's 500 pop to 260 pop. Mythic Ages are in. Town centers are everywhere for Matrius. He is absolutely gigantic. We see an attempt here from Tunison to make something happen inside the main base of Ragnaroks, but he's already, well, Zuklo is already here dealing with it. There's one Ayatollah will come through. That is immediately going to go down. And of course, the rest of those obsidian shards will not be getting finished, I do not believe. Onto this side though, Tunison doing everything he possibly can to take out these infantry units. Mosca here has a castle up, has a village center, has a handful of those Yumi Horse Archers, but players got nothing left. Town center for Zuklo on the way. And yeah, I'm not sure exactly what CBB thinks. I don't think they're going to bring this game back at this point. Unless they could somehow kill 100 villagers and get 1,000 and get 10,000 resources worth of military out. Tunison Mosca player will tap out, and that there is game one in the books. A well-played game from UCA. Really solid, real solid all in there. Really caught CBB out here because all of the income was going into Tunison, and the timing sort of hit right when Tunison was getting online. So he couldn't come over and help, and because player was feeding Tunison, player couldn't come over and help either. So an all-in that probably wouldn't normally work in this situation just caught CBB out. And they were just in full struggle town from then on in. Alrighty. Let's jump over to here and see what's for the next game. Okay, so they are doing their picks now. Right. For those of you who are hanging out there wondering, how could I support Boit? If I wanted to, what could I do? Well, you can subscribe, you can follow, you can become a member on YouTube, you can pick up merch. I've got Prostagma and Skopos merch, as well as the Greek gods and a whole bunch of other stuff. If you guys want to help out, you can. It's up to you. Oh dear. All right. So now all these picks are coming through. The Zeus ban this time from CBB as they don't want to deal with that. And the Tezcatlipoca ban from UCA as they don't want to deal with that. Alrighty. Well, picks coming through. Gaia, Ra, Kronos. Poseidon for Moscow this time. Wow. Back into the vanilla gods. Meanwhile, on the other side from UCA, they want Kronos, Ra, and what? What are the rules for this now? And an Odin for Ragnaroks. Are they allowed to play the same gods twice in the series or something? What's the deal? What's the dealio? I need to get this thing up, don't I? Oh dear. I am incredibly tired, guys. I think this might be the last one for me. Is Motiba streaming already? I don't see Motiba. Oops. All right. Oh, jeepers. This is a 6-hour stream. No wonder I'm tired. Lol. All right. Yeah, these guys are still taking their time to get started. I'll be right back. 1 second. What are we waiting for? We are waiting for players to start their game. They're all in the lobby and they haven't started yet. Alrighty. We got about a minute until the next game starts. Damos, you back at it again? I won a Hades game for you today. It was a glorious victory. Was God mirroring allowed in this tournament? I think so. There's not really many rules on the draft. I don't really understand it, but I haven't really tried to understand it, so. I won versus a Thor player. I don't know. I didn't have a very good ladder session today. But I did win with Hades. I lost with Amaterasu and Fushi. I was getting owned. Ah. Midgard's a good map for Hades. Well, I would have done that strategy on a land map as well. It would have been fantastic. All right, where are we? Who's on this left side? Okay, so we got UCA on the left side. No, we don't. What am I saying? We got CBB on the left side, and we got UCA on the right side. Keep that in the back of your mind. Kronos from Zucolo, as it looks like he is straight onto the gold mine. He might not be going for Kronos Rush, but generally speaking, in these sort of situations, you almost want a Kronos Rush with Hades, so that people don't do anything too crazy. Matrius takes the Ra. Ragnarok takes the Odin. Of course, Zucolo and Kronos, and he is going to be rushing. Oscar has his Poseidon. He's got a ceasefire if need be. Tunison has the Thor. And we see a Gaia here for player yet again. So a little bit more of a standard composition. No DLC gods this time. Only non-DLC. Check out some relics. Got Rhea's Crown. We got Tower Warrior's Totter's last arrow for the bonus damage for your archers. Tearfing Anger and Tear's sword. Little Crow's Circle. One wild thing that can happen in these team games, because you get so many relics, is the combo relics that have the potential to spawn. Like you can get a Cav relic for faster speed, and you can get all your units move faster. Same one with the infantry. Not seeing them just yet, but hero move faster, plus infantry move faster, plus everything move faster. There's some pretty insane combos, but we're not going to see one here. I think I've selected every single one. It doesn't look like there's anything too crazy here, unfortunately. Plus, there's no Lokis, so... But there is a Gaia, so you could go for the full Murmillos if that was the case. But anyways. So here comes the Chronos. It looks like it is a Chronos rush, so it goes fast. Temple coming in, and the Temple will be getting brought back home immediately as the Theseus will spawn in. And Theseus is a nice counter to these Prometheans as he's trying to take out a villager, not quite able to get the body block. And all the villagers just going to move over onto food and enjoy that. And of course, with the temple getting deconstructed, he can just go into Atlanta right away. Doesn't need to put the temple back down. Counter barracks also going to come down. And unfortunately for Zukalo, he really doesn't get much value there. Which makes you ask the question, couldn't he have just done something a little bit more economical, a little bit more slow? So maybe the Chronos Rush, not the best of ideas. Because to be honest, I think Mosca, he wasn't slowed down at all. He is onto his second town center. He's not rebuilding the temple because he goes, thank you for the 300 resources that I did not need to invest into anything here. Yes, he misses out on his center, but what does he care about that? As the Theseus is trying to track those Promethean offsprings around the map, and Zukalo just being annoying for the time being. Mosca's town center, 20 seconds from completion. On the, it's a strange one though. On the flank going town center like this, because we're not going to be seeing the same. We're not going to be seeing the same thing from the Ragnarok's Matrius team. The barracks actually coming down from Matrius is kind of wild. Did he go Bast? Of course he went Bast. How could he not go Bast? So keep your eyes peeled on the map for these red Sphinx. Of course, very, very important to get your upgrades on the Sphinx before you start committing a little too hard, because you can get caught out and die with those quickly. In comes Skin of the Rhino. Town center actually is going to come down for Matrius, so he does decide to do this. Just a little bit of a strange ordering here, so to speak, from Matrius. On the flip side, Zukalo going for his own second town center now. Very, very late. So the top just scouting things out, and yeah, like this is I mean, this just looks really good. The CBB. They have gotten off their boom. They're all in a good spot. And we'll see how it's all going to go. Unfortunately, I do not speak that language, Lancer. If you could speak in English, I can respond, but I can try and translate it and see what it says. Whether or not this is accurate translation, I do not know. Hi, Boit. What's going on, man? Sup. What's the word? Is it Privit? Is that I've heard, for some reason that word is sticking out in my head. Is that hello? I don't actually know. I don't know any Russian. For some reason, that's just sticking out in my head. Did he actually change? His name is Player. That's his name. Where's that? Please. Well, thank you. I don't even know. I give up. Alrighty. Walls up now as Ragnarok is going to get this all set up. And it does look like we are just casually moving into a mid game. Both teams are just going to have 2 TCs, big eco, no advantages. It is just going to be a boom off. And this is a team game shenanigans that we know and love. First game, we saw interesting strats. Second game, we take a breather on the interesting strats and we try out a regular old boom off. Yeah, player was TSM player, F2 player. I think there was maybe one other clan he was in at some point. I can't remember. Nonetheless, now Mosker is into his cavalry and he's going to be looking for his own little attempts to get some actual damage done. Generally speaking, if you go into these boom situations, it's just slight amounts of pressure into heroic age. AOM player. Mosker here kind of getting caught out as the Sphinx are over. These Hippias are a little bit on the slow side, but there is the Atalanta in, and that's going to scare Matris off. In comes Spirited Charge, Lord of Horses, Medium Cavalry. The top side, the Catapulties will slowly start to go down here. Good control there, though, from Zucolo. That being said, he doesn't have any healing, so he didn't really do anything, and we didn't kill anything. And Mosker now, he's got his own healing in, so those units are going to get back up to full HP pretty quickly. Meanwhile, player is saying, time for another town center. Ragnarok's, though, on the front. Not seeing this for the time being. Now he does. Does player have anything in here to hold? Of course, he could just drop the... drop the Carnivora if he wants, but he will attempt to just run. There's no units are out just yet, but Ragnarok is onto the front. He is looking for as much annoyance as he possibly can. Tunison is in with all the hearses. Ball's coming up over onto this side as well. But Matrius, he's in the heroic age as well. Which god did he go through? Sobek. So camel riders are going to be a big option for him. Sukos as well, another big option for him. CBB wins, it would be the 5th RTSL/MCL title for Brazilian teams. Really? Who won Phoenix Reborn? I can't remember. There were 2 Phoenix Reborns that I ran. They were the team games that I ran. I'm kind of interested. I can't remember. Let's see if I can find them. Oh, they weren't S tiers. Damn. Feels bad. Phoenix Ship was won by F2 and JSS. Ah, yes. Yeah, there was some great games back then. Especially from my team. If they allowed my team to actually play in the time zone that we wanted to play in, we would have been unstoppable. Chrono JJ, Boit, Wiz, Yoshi. Would have been over. The old boys. We were the only team that had actual team game strategies. Kiluminati was also there. Yeah. Come and settle in Germany? I like Germany, but I don't think I like Germany enough to live there. Big attack coming in onto this one, but I think the player is going to be perfectly fine. Surely there's going to be some teal units in here. There they are. Tunison's in, so he is perfectly fine as the units are just streaming across the map. UCA has said it's time to make something happen here. They do need to work together with the power of the Egyptian timing, because if they don't and they just kind of let the Egyptian army sort of sit at full pop or whatever, then life gets quite tough. We see a Mythic Age coming in though. It's going to be Horus. So a big tornado here could spell absolute disaster for CBB, because they don't have a god power. Of course, ceasefire is available. Onto the top here. Zucolo matching up against Moscow. He does have the Atlantean. Atlantean versus specifically Hermes Poseidon. Not that good. Can't get better than Bavaria? Bavaria? I don't even know what that is. I think if I was going to move overseas, I'd definitely try living in Japan. That's on the cards. The top here. Moscow hanging out. In comes the big tornado, and well, player, he gets erased there from that. He does get a couple of units out, but big damage. Ceasefire here is probably the call. There's not really any need to hold on to it up onto this side as the trader coming onto the Hydra over here. There's also Frost available, which can hit both of these units. And so Frost comes over onto this side, hitting Tunison. And in comes Madrius. In comes Ragnaroks. And Ragnaroks is probably going to be like, stay away. Don't come close. And ceasefire at 30 seconds from Moscow. Just say, that's it. No problems. Well, Ragnarok's dropping a hill fort up to the top side of the map. This is game 2. It is 1-0 for UCA. UCA is looking incredibly strong right now, but that big power spike is over. And now also Player and Tunison, they've got a big power spike of their own, right? There is still this Frost to come through as Fimbulwinter gets dropped by Ragnaroks. Mythic Age is on the way for Tunison as well. They could drop the Frost, and they indeed do, and they hit everything here. And that's very big. Meanwhile, Ragnaroks is up to no good over here. He's dropping a hill fort onto this side, up onto this position. Moscow, with his bronze attack, looking terrifying. for Zucolo to deal with here. And of course, immediately after this, the Fimbulwinter from Tunison is going to drop. So it's one Fimbulwinter apiece. Both teams taking a lot of global damage. 263 bills on the CBB team. And 250 on the UCA team. So a slight lead, but not enough to really give any sort of solid advantage. Tunison pulls back ever so slightly. Throw an Axeman on the back here can be very helpful. There goes the Fimbulwinter as the base of player under a big amount of siege. But as the army comes in, this is not looking all too crash hot for UCA now, as Tunison and player do look to be able to push back. Meanwhile, up onto the top side as well. Mosca doing Mosca things, and he is breaking through Zucolo. Zucolo gets to the Mythic Age. He's got himself Vortex. That can be strong. Side build over here as well with the portable rams is going to be annoying, but trying to take down a Mosca Poseidon. Those militia pop out, and those are going to also be annoying. Into this position, Tunison's hill fort coming up to help defend this. Of course, Mosca has completely pushed Zucolo back for the time being, so he can afford to just deal with this to alleviate some pressure on Tunison, so Tunison can help push back over here as the catapults get pushed back, and the Tunison hill fort does finish. Matreus drops himself a rain. How many farms? 21, but a lot unbuilt. I keep seeing people doing this. Wait till your farms are built before you click the rain, please. While the Metropolis taking down the hill fort in the middle of the map, Feistus comes in for Mosca, so he's about to get absolutely ginormous. He has no bronze, no iron, and in 1 or 2 minutes, he will have both. In come the Metropolite, taking this out, and Ragnarok says, yep, game is indeed done. The CBB is well and truly in front. Fortunately, I think Zucolo couldn't really hold on against Mosca. But also, both Matreus and Ragnaroks really couldn't push either. And CBB just does what CBB does. Holds and allows one of their players to just push on the pedal. Of course, Tunison did more than just hold. But a solid victory for CBB as they leveled the series 1-1. Now, I've never done it. I never click rain before my farms are done. Ever. Never, ever. Never. All right. I think, unfortunately, I did say I was going to last until 4. It's 3. But I am so destroyed that I think it might be time for me to go to sleep. I have to also do the schedule for tomorrow. So I have things to do before I go to sleep, unfortunately. So I am going to head off. I think Motaba is going to start streaming, and he's going to cover the Road to Athens playoff 2 games. And he might cover some more of this tournament for you guys as well. But yeah, I am very much tired. Apparently he's watching John Arbiter play. I will send you over to him anyways. Sorry guys, it is what it is. I am destroyed. Appreciate you guys. I'll see you all tomorrow. We start at 1400 GMT and we play all the way through the round of 8 games. And then we have the finals on Sunday as well. So appreciate you guys hanging out with me, and I'll see you guys later. Bye.